Morning, councillors. Good morning. So, opening the opportunity. Full on. Just watch the cord there. Where it is. Just where you are is perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pastor King. Item 3 on the agenda, councillors, is leave of absence and apologies, and I note there is nil. Item 4, confirmation of previous minutes. Pardon me. The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 19th of May 2020 and the minutes of the special meeting held on the 29th of May 2020.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. There's just 2 corrections, one to each of those minutes that needs to be made. So just for the benefit of, on the 19th of May, there was no acknowledgement of country, but the minutes state that there were. And on the 29th of May, the minutes have the location of the meeting being Anzac Parade, not Town Hall. So if those 2 updates could just be made, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. With those amendments duly noted, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Lynch. Thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you. Carry. Item 5, councillors, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Are there any declarations at this point? I'm seeing no hands up. Thank you. Recorded as nil. Public forums or deputations. Noted on the agenda as nil. Business arising, item 7 from previous meetings. Councillors, you'll note the attachment and the table there, the spreadsheet. Is there any requirement to go through any of those, councillors? Any questions in relation to those or comments? Councillor Mather, you need to turn your microphone on.
Just if you could bear with me for a moment, please, Mr. Mayor. There's a few tags here that I have. I thought we might have been going through them, but if you can
We'll come back to you, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other comments?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Item 11, the notice of motion by Councillor Bello in relation to the Bangalee ramp. It says it was deferred to the 16th of June. I haven't seen it on the agenda.
Good point, Councillor Eastwood. Mr CEO?
Refer over to the acting executive director who's responsible for that one.
Yes, we'll just maybe note an amendment to the time frame on that, councillors. Mr Casey, how much time is...
Mr Mayor, there is an item for the briefing session this afternoon, talks about Hinds Avenue Bangalee beach access, so that is on the briefing session agenda. That is available to councillors on the portal.
Yes, Mr Mayor, it was held over from last meeting, so it's on the briefing session as an attachment to this meeting today.
Yeah, note that, Councillor Mather, thank you. Perhaps we could, Nicole, we could update the minutes there to reflect that's in the briefing session. Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather, how are you going?
There are a number of issues here that are ongoing from our previous meeting, so I won't raise them at this particular point, but they will come up in the agenda as part of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. So noting the changes, in relation to the boat ramp issue, and also the fact that some of these will come up later in the meeting, are you happy to... you happy with the resolution here, councillors, and that they be received? So we have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Item 8, petition requesting access to Long Beach. This came to council in the form of a signed petition from residents at Joscalee, councillors, requiring or requesting of council that access be provided through to Long Beach at Joscalee. Now the report is presented by the acting CEO, so I'll defer to Mr Bacon on this one.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This process for councillors to receive the petition today as per its meeting procedures, and then a report will come to council for its consideration on the matters raised in that petition at a future briefing session.
Thank you, Mr Bacon. Councillors, the recommendation is that the petition requesting access to Long Beach be received and referred to a council briefing session for consideration. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Mather.
So moved. And just to remind you, Mr Mayor, that we did promise Mrs Leo that we would visit the site with her at a date to be fixed.
I remember, Councillor Mather, thank you. So Councillor Mather has moved. Councillor Hutton has seconded. All in favour? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor, this is a mayoral minute 9.1 in relation to bike racks in Shire localities. As I've indicated in the mayoral minute, particularly during the election campaign, a number of residents of the community, some of them elderly, some of them younger, approached me about placing bike racks or having bike racks situated within the CBD of Yeppoon and Emu Park particularly. But given those localities aren't exclusive, we could perhaps turn our mind to the remainder of the Shire as well. The issue here is that we have a number of senior citizens and a number of younger people in our community who are, I suppose, enjoying a healthy lifestyle, cycling rather than driving. And when they come into the CBD, there's nowhere for them to park their bikes. So on that basis, I've put up this mayoral minute. And Mr. Bacon, we're looking at a slight amendment to the wording here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I've suggested to the Mayor, councillors, that the first component of that resolution be changed. So instead of saying allocates funding in the 2020-2021 budget, it says prepare a business case for consideration as part of the 2020-2021 budget. The reason for that, councillors, is because the discipline we're trying to instill into the organisation around all projects must have a business case, and that business case must contain a scope of work and also some basic understanding of the costs, etc., around that for consideration as the budget process. So this is just helping set that tone.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So, councillors, I'm prepared to reread the recommendation as it is now. So the recommendation is that council firstly prepare a business case for consideration as part of the 2021 budget to install push bike racks in and around the main business precincts within the Shire's various localities. And secondly, engages with the community in order to determine the optimal location of the push bike racks within their respective locality. So Councillor Eastwood has moved that. Seconded.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just had two questions before.
Yeah,
we go
okay,
into
sorry. Okay, fire away, Councillor.
Yeah. So, first question: is there any place within the existing capital program where we would regularly fund bike racks from? So, like, I know in the existing budget we have an amount spent each year on playground renewal or barbecue renewal and things like that. Is there an existing account per se or line cost centre that we would normally attribute this to?
There is no, through the Chair, Councillor Hutton, there's no specific budget item for bike racks as such. So the bike racks that have been installed down in Emu Park, as an example, were done through the placemaking component.
Question through you, to you. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Hutton has two questions. Councillor Mather.
Sorry, my apologies. Mr. Mayor, my only other question, or I suppose it's really more a suggestion, is I wondered if you would consider amending your motion to change the word localities to townships. Just localities being, we've got something like, is it 67 or 63 across the Shire as opposed to townships itself? And I think you're identifying in main business precincts implies townships, but just for...
No, thank you, Councillor Hutton. That's a good suggestion. We'll change that to townships. Thank you, Nicole. Councillor Mather had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was that the matter come back to the table before anything is installed, because we'll need to know what arrangements are being made with the current car parkings, because no doubt some will need to be lost and we just need to be aware of it. I'm aware of the sacrifice that we'll need to make, but we'll need to be aware of where they are and what they are. Thank you. Just that it comes back to the table before anything is implemented, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Perhaps, Nicole, we can add a point 3 to that one. That council receives a report from the officers we won't need that council first bit there, Nicole, because you've got that council up at the top. Receives a report from the officers in relation to this matter prior to any installation. You happy with that wording, Mr. Acting CEO? All right. So, councillors, I've got any other questions at this point? Okay, I've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood. Could I get a seconder, please?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Ordinarily, would you be moving your mayoral minute and Councillor East would be seconding it?
Yeah, normally that's what happens, but I was going to be a little bit flexible, so I'll move it. Councillor Eastwood, you happy to second? Thank you. All right, all in favour? Thank you, councillors. Moved unanimously. 9.2 mayoral minute. Pardon me. This is in relation to caravan and RV parking in Yeppoon. Councillors, I'm sure we've all had conversations with members of the travelling community that come to our shire. I've certainly had a number of conversations in relation to where larger vehicles, i.e. RVs and caravans, get to park, particularly when they come into town. And this is in Yeppoon, but certainly the issue is not only endemic to Yeppoon, it could be in a number of our townships. So, but the comments have been relayed to me, particularly in relation to Yeppoon recently, where a number of people, or grey nomads in particular, have visited our shire, and they've got up in my grill about certainly where do I park my longer vehicle, and they've been parking down at the railway precinct. Now, it sort of, I guess, then channeled my thinking into, well, if we're going to be out in the community and out into the big wide world saying we're an RV-friendly town, and we're promoting tourism, then it behooves us to maybe provide some parking facilities or parking areas for the travelling communities. So hence this this mayoral minute, and what I'm again going to have to do, councillors, is amend the wording here to fit in with the acting CEO's desire to have a business case for all of these things, which I certainly support. So Nick, on the first one there, it will be, oh sorry, the third one, I beg your pardon, will be develop a business case. Perfect, you got it already. You got it. Way ahead of me. So, councillors, that's the thinking, and really it's about asking the officers to review the Yeppoon CBD for a potential location for longer vehicles that are with you know where people are visiting our shire and they're looking for somewhere to park on a very short-term basis while they shop in town, go to the supermarket, and do what they want to do. So, any questions? I'll move this to get it started. Any questions at this point, councillors? Councillor Hutton, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I wondered again if I'm conscious of when we last had our community consultations in the caves, there was a quest from that community in regards to Bush Square and this exact same topic, along with Emu Park, had asked a similar question. I wondered if, as part of the investigation, while we may or may not be able to prioritise and fund all of the undertakings in this year, if we could at least do that investigation to prepare so that we can put it into future years' budgets.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Yeah, good point. Can we perhaps amend, so you're actually suggesting that we amend the Yeppoon CBD component in point 1 to townships again, within the Livingstone townships? And in point 1 to Nick, thanks. Okay, so the recommendation now, councillors, is that council officers, 1, investigate and identify potential parking sites for RVs and caravans close to or within the Livingstone townships. 2, provide a report on the investigation to council to the August 2020 council meeting. And 3, prepare a business case for consideration as part of the 2021 budget for the creation of a dedicated parking site for RVs and caravans in the Livingstone townships.
Just a question, if I could, perhaps for your consideration, Mr. Mayor, that in essence, I wholeheartedly agree with your mayoral minute. I'm just wondering though, could there be a broadening of the scope? Because ultimately I think it's it's questioning how friendly we are to the RV stakeholders, and parking is certainly a big component of that. But there's other elements as well that perhaps could be included in this, which would then capture, for example, an additional dump station, perhaps at the southern end of the coast, as one example of an element that would actually improve our friendly RV status on top of just the parking. So if there was wordings that could reflect that, I think it would improve the motion in its entirety.
Open to suggestions, Councillor.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're trying to we're reviewing our friendly status and what do we need to do to make it more friendly, which is made up of many elements. So I'm sure in the wisdom of the CEO, he may be able to assist to provide more friendly narratives.
I guess I'm looking at point 1, councillors. If you'll indulge me, I'm just thinking if we perhaps change the wording again slightly, that council officers, 1, investigate and identify potential parking sites. And did you want to have in there and dump points, councillor?
Well, and other elements that would constitute a RV-friendly space, because there's many elements that make up an RV-friendly town, and parking is a huge component, but so is dump stations, for example, adequate signage.
Okay, the acting CEO has made a suggestion that we change it to investigate and identify potential parking site and associated infrastructure.
Associated support infrastructure.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Associated
Yeah.
support infrastructure. Thanks, Mr. Acting CEO.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make a comment to suggest that with the size of the request that we're now making, that it may mean that this is not able to be addressed in terms of the 2021 budget, only because, you know, the minute we increase the scope or the breadth of what we're looking at, I was even concerned with my own addition, to be honest, that we wouldn't be able to achieve them all, and that's probably why I stated it. But I think it's important for anyone who's watching to not think that this report's magically going to allow for a budget to achieve all of these wants and desires in the one budget. It's just a consideration for us to take on board while supporting it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we need a little more time to get this one together because there are some things that need to be altered. With the first one, we know it's going to be short term, but we need to identify that in our motion for short term, because some might think it's going to be overnight or 2 days or something like that because they're a big van. So we need to identify the time limit that they're allowed to stay. On the third one, I've been through this several times, different locations, same story. We need to communicate with the park owners as well, because this will get them upset if they think that we're going to allow parking, not number 1, number 3, looking for sites over our shire, because you've got people struggling now with business who've lost business due to COVID, and we're talking free parking while we should be supporting the local business. I'm not saying they'll be against it, but we need to communicate with them, because we need to identify sites that they can't fit into, because most of them say to me we can accommodate them. So I think there's a little bit more to this that we need to consider, that's all. So we need to have their input as well, because they are stakeholders in this.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Look, in terms of, pardon me, the Merrill Minute, I wasn't for a nanosecond thinking that this would be overnight parking or long-term parking. I mean, we can certainly amend the wording here to reflect short-term parking if that assuages your concerns, Councillor Mather, and certainly there's no intention of this going into competition with any of the caravan parks. It's just the intention of it is to simply provide a short-term parking spot for these travellers when they come into our various townships and they want to do some shopping very quickly. And part of the consultation process, or provide a report on the investigation in part 2, I would assume that would also include some consultation with the relevant stakeholders. So hopefully that would include the caravan park owners, just to make them aware that this short-term parking is available, because There will be situations, I have no doubt, where some of the travellers will stop in at the caravan park first of all and maybe book in, but then if they don't unhitch, they might go into town and say to the caravan park owners, well, where can I park while I'm in town? And so that information needs to be communicated to the caravan park owners and the various stakeholders in the information centre, all of those people. So part of that investigation will be around, I'm hoping, communication or engagement with the community too, Councillor Mather. But I'm certainly happy to amend, Nick, the wording there to say it's short-term parking. Pardon me. And given the scope of this has now increased significantly, I think we probably need to give the officers a lot more time to prepare a report. So, Mr. Acting CEO, I'm happy to entertain a different time frame.
Mr. Acting Director Infrastructure, September or October would be your preference?
If I have the choice, I'll accept October. I think because it's now quite a broad scope, we'll be able to do a more comprehensive job.
October it is. Everyone happy with that, councillors? Give the officers time to prepare a more comprehensive report. All right. Any other questions, councillors? Any other comments?
Just to make sure that number 3 includes the consultation with the stakeholders in the caravan parks, Mr. Mayor.
Can I suggest, councillor, that go in point 2 as part of the
I don't
report?
mind where it goes as long as it's identified that their opinions are important.
So, Nick, we'll amend that to provide a report on the investigation to council for the October 2020 council meeting, inclusive of a community consultation component. You happy with that, Councillor Mather? Move that, councillors. So can I have a seconder for that one? Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to speak. I wouldn't mind speaking to the motion formally if that's right, but give you the opportunity first if you'd.
Go ahead, councillor.
Yep. Yeah, just briefly, I can recall a motion that we'd passed previously in the last term of council where we adopted the RV friendly status, and I think we signed up to be an RV friendly town. If there's any heads nodding over there that supports that, which I think Councillor Hutton is. And I can remember at the time looking at what elements we were adopting that would make us friendly, and asking myself, are we actually reflecting a friendly RV town? And I think this is a step towards making us even more friendly. And whatever elements come back that are supported and endorsed by all stakeholders, whether they be caravan parks, whether they be the RV user groups themselves, I think it's going to be a step towards being a more RV-friendly town, and we recognise that they can bring substantial revenue to communities, especially in regional Queensland, where they do like to travel and escape the cold weather. Perhaps not at the present time, but certainly we look forward to when the borders open up, that we would love the thought of RVs travelling through our community and spending money in our shopping precincts, whether that be in Marlborough, where they do enjoy staying at the back of the pub there, whether they be in Emu Park, if we were able to install a dump station down there to attract them there, wherever they feel friendly, it would be a great strategy to bring them here in greater numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather, and Councillor Bello, and that's certainly the intention of the mayoral minute. These travellers bring significant revenue to a number of regions right across Australia, and it's part of, I think, our responsibility to not only to be welcoming of them, because we are out there at the moment maintaining we are an RV-friendly region, but I think it behooves us to provide facilities if we're going to be out there saying that we have to, that we are an RV-friendly / caravan-friendly locality, then we need to provide the services and the infrastructure to support that. Okay, councillors, we've had a mover and a seconder. Mover is myself, seconder Councillor, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Can I say how excited I am by the collaboration that sees this mayoral minute come together in a way that promotes consultation, promotes the examination of what makes us an RV-friendly town, but more importantly, puts us in line to deal with this as a budget priority, not just in this year, but in future years. And I think that's really important to see it across not just one township, but across the townships of our community. The Invest Cap Coast regional plan, which was approved by the previous council, spoke very strongly about accessibility. And I see in this mayoral minute a real driver to say, if I can't come into town and buy my milk or buy my bread before I get to the caravan park, how am I ever going to do that? As we all hear from the various camping fraternities, they do spend in towns where they visit. We're missing capturing some of that by not providing accessible locations for them to come. So this is a real positive step. I appreciate the collaboration that's occurred here at the table, but also the idea that instead of dealing with what may have been considered just one location, we're actually taking that bigger picture and saying, hey, how can we actually make this hum for the whole of Livingstone? And I think that's a real positive, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And before we vote on this, councillors, let me express my appreciation too, because this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I am a caravaner as well, and I've been frustrated when I've been travelling, when I go into communities and there's no parking facilities for myself. And it really, I suppose, has contributed to my decision to move on through those particular localities when there isn't parking available. So I'll just go to the next town where there is, and that's where I'll spend my money. And also thank you, councillors, for assisting me to reword this, because I think now the recommendation is far superior than what it was. So can I have a show of hands, please, those in favour? Thank you. Unanimously. Nick, thanks. (9.3) councillors, another mayoral minute in relation to off-leash dog areas. This mayoral minute, councillors, has arrived as a result of a number of letters I've received from members of our community in support of council establishing an off-leash dog area or areas within the Shire. We are all aware of the number of, I suppose, issues that occur on our beaches at the moment with dogs that are off-leash, and we have times of the day set aside on our beaches when dogs can be off-leash, but you know, life is what it is, I guess, and certainly sometimes people let their dogs off the leash outside of those particular timed periods, and it's caused a little bit of angst within the community. So in order to attempt to alleviate some of that angst in the community, and also to provide an area where dogs can enjoy themselves and owners can enjoy themselves through you know, social gatherings, or maintaining social distancing, of course, you know, that council actually looks at this as an option going forward. I certainly recall in a number of other councils where I've worked, there have been off-leash dog areas, and they've worked very successfully. And the reason they've worked successfully is because people, the dog owners there, have been responsible. It's also been a social gathering space when people of like minds, in other words, dog lovers, get together, and they just simply talk. And it's a great social gathering. So this is, I think, part of what I'm proposing here is that we actually look at establishing an off-leash dog area within a number of parts of the Shire, because I think our Shire is blessed with a number of our canine friends. We have very high dog ownership in this Shire, and on that basis I think it behooves us to provide some facilities so that you know, dogs can enjoy themselves and owners can enjoy themselves in a less regulated and probably more relaxed environment. So again, councillors, I'll move this and I'll open it up for discussion. Any comments or questions, please? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Bacon. We'll change the allocate funding to prepare a business case. Thanks, Nick. And in point 2, through you, Mr. Bacon, to perhaps the acting executive manager for infrastructure, who's just up there. Livability and Wellbeing. So who's okay? So through Mr. Batiste, is the time frame sufficient for that? Okay, so we'll leave it at August 2020. Thank you. All right, so councillors, the recommendation is that council officers investigate and identify potential sites for off-leash dog areas in Livingstone Shire. This investigation is to include consultation with the Livingstone community as to preferred locations. Secondly, provide a report on the investigation to council for the August 2020 council meeting. And thirdly, prepare a business case for consideration as part of the 2021 budget for the creation of off-leash dog areas within the Shire. Any comments or questions? Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to speak for this motion as a dog owner and as part of my portfolio in animal control. This would be a huge positive moving forward for the community who have been asking for this for a short while. Also, part of my portfolio, as you're aware, is environment, and when the dogs are on the beach, they can cause havoc with the natural environment. That's not saying that dogs should not be on the beach. Of course they should, but within the given times. And as you said, this will allow for a more relaxed environment for both the pets and their owners. And I am fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there are just some issues that we need to discuss that haven't been in the 1 and 2 and 3. Are we looking at a pilot study on this one? Because the first line of the first item, areas within the Shire, we're plural. Are we expecting our officers to identify sites throughout the Shire at this point, or are we going to start with a pilot study first?
I was looking at plural, councillor, with possible areas within the Shire. And at this stage, those areas identified as potential off-leash dog areas in the future would be subject of the report that comes back to council. Okay, the other one too, we should be tapping into other councils who've already got this implemented so that we can see what the pitfalls are. We wouldn't have to fall over them ourselves. They'll be able to tell us what we should be looking for and what we should avoid. We'll need to look at the opening hours. Is it going to be a 24-hour thing where you can take your pets down there and interact? Or is it going to be open 8 to 4, 9 to 5, only weekends? All those things need to be addressed in the investigation. And I think that's all I need to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Councillor Mather. But we just need to take those things into consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Mather.
If I can make a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, look, I'm actually all for off-leash areas. I guess there's a flip side though, that we need to make sure that our on-leash areas and our dog beaches, that I guess the rules are complied to more heavily if we do have a off-leash area. One of the problems we have on our beaches, and I've witnessed this myself with a disabled son, is that you go to a beach and you expect it to be dog-free or people to have their dogs on the leash, and they don't. And it can cause a great amount of fear, anxiety, and so it's got a flip side. So where I'm totally for off-leash areas, I think we need to be a little bit firmer on our on-leash areas, and particularly our main beach areas that are supposed to have no dogs, and yet you regularly see on both our main beaches people walking their dogs even off-leash, when they're not even supposed to be on-leash. So we do need to tighten up, I think, and get our local laws people out there making sure that people are doing the right thing. So I don't know whether that can be added into as another thing, or even if it has to be, but it certainly is something that I think is important.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Look, those points are noted and certainly taken on board. I don't know that there's capacity or any need to sort of include that within this particular recommendation with respect, but I think it's just something that the officers need to take on board.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions on this
Yes,
one,
Mr Mayor, just one more.
Councillor
In
Mather?
relation to Councillor Eastwood, he's right. In relation to needing officers to enforce, that's a totally different topic we need to have separately, because I believe we may need another local law officer to cover the Shire, because they can't be everywhere. And there are some problems out there where we need officers and we don't have them. So yes, it's a totally different argument which needs to be had. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, when the time comes, I'd be honoured to second this one and have the chance to speak if possible.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Any other questions, councillors? Any other comments? Okay, Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Incredibly excited to see Livingstone investigating a dog off-leash area, recognising that in 2015 we had a petition of some 775 residents who expressed a desire to see a dog off-leash area developed in Livingstone. At that stage it was put into the 10-year forward capital program, but as with all things over the course of time, it never quite got to the year in which it was going to be built. I believe that in 2019 a survey was undertaken both online through the Bang the Table platform from Livingstone to actually get further data around dog off-leash areas, the desirability, possible location, things. So I'd hope that that data feeds into the report and know that that gives us a good grounding for us to examine the potential costs. I think looking at a business case is really important. We can all recognise that any outdoor space, if we are going to fence for the purpose of a dog off-leash area, will come at a substantial cost, but we need to look at this as a community asset and, just as you said, Mr Mayor, as a space both for animals but also their owners. If we want to encourage people to be responsible pet owners, we provide opportunity for it. We also provide education, which is what occurs through our microchipping days and other events. But we also then provide an opportunity for members of our community to come together, share their passions and get to know each other. And if anything, this last period of the COVID-19 epidemic has taught us to really appreciate those small moments and to take those chances to go walk the dog, to ride the bike. And the Active Livingstone strategy spoke of the desirability of people to have passive recreation opportunities like this. So I speak in favour of this. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I can't wait to seeing it, instead of being something that's in the 10-year capital program pushed out, that we may get to see it occur in the life of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll put it to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. And noting the officers, please note those comments from the councillors around more enforcement on our beaches. Thank you. Item 9.4, councillors, is another mayoral minute from yours truly in relation to potential repairs at the Kraken. And again, we'll change the wording here. Nick, thank you. So the wording here, councillors, and I'll speak to it in a minute, is that council prepare a business case for the 2021 budget to install cushioning or soft fall material on all concrete surfaces of the Kraken that have sharp edges in wet areas. Now, councillors, as you'll be aware, there is a space, an area at the Kraken where that soft fall currently exists, and that's potentially, well, in an area for the smaller little toddlers, and that's designed to actually protect them in the case of them slipping or having a fall. My request here relates more to the area where the bigger kids play and the wet areas there, where there are the blocks, those cascading blocks with those sharp edges. So this particular mayoral minute requests council's support for a business case to look at installing cushioning on that bigger area where the bigger kids play to basically mitigate any risk of injury on that particular apparatus. So, councillors, I'm sure you're all aware of the particular location I'm talking about. When it's wet, it is concrete. It does have some sort of grip. But certainly I think in terms of being responsible about, in protecting our kids in that area, soft fall would be a better option. So that's my view, councillors, and I'm happy to entertain or invite questions, I beg your pardon, and comment. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there were many parents who have been concerned about the sharp edges and the potential for injury for their children. No doubt we'll have the business case that will be provided, but we also need to look at the budget as well, because this should be a budget item. And in doing that, so we need to consider the timing, because we're sort of halfway through winter, although we wouldn't think so. But we need to sort of have it up and running in time for the summer months, if possible. I guess the time limit and the costs and the life expectancy of any cushioning as to how long it would last, given the costing that would apply. Because I know some of these outdoor things don't last very long. So we need to consider what's out there on the market as far as quality goes, and their warranty as far as being subject to elements of the weather.
Thanks, Councillor Mather, and I'm sure the officers will include that in their report. Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, for me, the cracking with the water and steps just don't go hand in hand together. It's very dangerous, and parents want to be able to take their children there and let them run freely, where they're probably on edge watching their kids all the time, hoping they don't fall or hit their head. Instead of cushioning, is there a chance to have that removed altogether? So long term, it's not an issue. That's just a thought, to have that maybe removed altogether.
Thanks, Councillor Lynch, and I guess that's a whole other argument, a whole other discussion to be had, and perhaps we can have that come to a future briefing session, Mr. Acting CEO. But for the moment, councillors, I guess we're dealing with this one with absolute respect, Councillor Lynch, but I think it's a discussion worth having. I share your concern with that particular apparatus. Yeah, councillors, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, the question I've got is to do with what data do we have that would help inform us that this is as serious as it is, which I agree wholeheartedly that it is. I believe the organisation has data in terms of the number of incidents that have happened there, and I believe it would be more than just one or two, which I think would be important for us to be across that data. And I probably, in picking up on Councillor Lynch's point, it would be interesting even if it could be included in the business case, the costings, but also the options if indeed it was removed altogether. If the data pointed towards significant numbers of injuries that had occurred there, perhaps there is a better option than even spending the money on coating the blocks with a soft fall. But unless we consider those options, I guess we're probably looking at through a slightly narrow solution. So I guess I'm probably looking to explore perhaps an amendment to that even further, if it was possible to include consideration of redesigning there to provide a safer environment. Thank you.
No, good point, Councillor. My mind is going to the business case and thinking perhaps the scope of the business case could be broadened to include that point, and perhaps we could just, through the Acting CEO, ask the officers when they're actually preparing the report that be taken into consideration. The Acting CEO has already noted it. Thanks, Councillor Bello, good point. Any other comments? Councillor Eastwood.
Well, I just want to make a comment, Mr. Mayor, and I guess commend you on your friendliness. Just looking through the Mayor minutes, we've got bike friendly, RV friendly, dog friendly, and now kid friendly. So it's we're such a friendly shire. It's great.
We try to be all things to all people, Councillor. Any other comment? Councillor Eastwood, your microphone's still on. Councillor Eastwood, your microphone's still on. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In informing this decision to look at investigating cushioning, do we have some sort of risk assessment that's identified this as a high risk or a risk that needs to be resolved at this point?
Certainly not nothing that's informed this mayoral minute, councillor, but I'm sure there has been a risk assessment done on this apparatus. Mr. Acting CEO. Okay, so for the members of the community who are on live stream, the officer just said that the risk assessment would be conducted as part of the preparation of the business case, or prior to the preparation of the business case. Councillor Hutton, are you happy with that response?
Yes, I suppose my only other question is, recognising that there would have had to have been a risk assessment around it before it was opened, would it also be true to assume that in getting the final approvals for the opening of this playground, that it would have to match certain standards and expectations before it was able to be opened? And if so, that would, you assume, connect into some sort of risk analysis as to the profile for this piece of equipment and its liability for council?
During the on-site inspection with the relevant officers, Councillor Hutton, I was informed that the particular piece of equipment is compliant. But as we all know, that doesn't necessarily guarantee things like safety, functionality, and those sorts of things. So yes, it's compliant. It obviously has had a risk assessment done on it at some stage. This particular mayoral minute, I guess, is just an attempt to improve the safety around those particular, or that particular apparatus.
Mr. Mayor, if I just may have one last say, I believe that it was recommended at the time of construction that a soft wall was actually advised, but I guess powers, apart from myself, said no, it wasn't going to happen, but it was recommended at the time.
Thanks, Councillor Mather.
I'm happy to second this motion at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, if and when that happens.
So I'm moving this particular mayoral minute again, councillors. Councillor Bello has indicated he wishes to second. Thank you. Any further discussion before we go to the vote, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So are we in formal debate now, or is this still a chance to ask a final question?
No, please.
As part of the business case, will we be doing any consultation? Should we be looking at alternate solutions such as the removal of the ridge line? Will we do community consultation around that prior to enacting?
Good point. I'll actually throw to the CEO here in terms of the preparation of the business case. Will that be part of the case?
No, Mr. Mayor, the business case explores the options that are there. So it runs through the do nothing option, in this case, it'll be the soft fall option. It'll also look at the removal option and any others that come to mind. Business case doesn't go into a full project management plan, nor does it actually do the project. It just sets up the case for why you would progress to the next stage.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps taking on board Councillor Hutton's comments, we amend this recommendation, Nick, to include a component around community consultation. Councillor Hutton, you happy with that? It's a worthy inclusion.
Yeah, I think if we can get some feedback from the community saying, hey, we're just looking for opinions on the current state, what would you do to improve it? what does improvement look like, and if we've obviously got some risk data analysis information in regards to incidents that have occurred there, that would help inform the community's feedback.
No, thank you very much. Councillor, so now we have the recommendation reading as follows: that Council prepare a business case with community consultation for the 2021 budget to install cushioning or soft fill material on all concrete surfaces at the Kraken that have sharp edges in wet areas. Councillor Bello, the recommendation has been amended. Are you still happy to second that?
Yep, very happy with the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, councillors, if there's no further discussion, I'll put this to the vote. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously, Nick. Okay, so item 10, councillor or delegate reports, noting on the agenda that's nil. And so now we move to, pardon me, item 11, Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee reports. And this is a report in relation to the Arabic committee meeting on the 18th of May. And Mr. Acting CEO. So council recognises the Chief Financial Officer, Andrea Ellis.
Thanks, Mayor. So these are the minutes from the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 18th of May. The committee covered off on the majority of the program of work as scheduled. Of particular note was the Shell General Purpose Financial Statement. So that's a preparation for what those statements will look like for the current financial year. There was also an update on the non-current asset revaluations undertaken for the building, water and sewerage infrastructure. Of also particular note is the Queensland Audit Office report on the audits of local government entities for 2018 and 19 contained within that, and the committee was briefed, and the councils have access to that information through their portal.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just a question to the CFO there. Item 7.9, which is the internal audit update, contained a review that was requested by council to an external consultant, OCM, I believe. Is that report able to be provided publicly or not?
I would need to take that as a question, Councillor Bello, and have a discussion with the acting CEO on that.
Yep, the only reason I ask it is I think it's a very important document, but it does say at the end the author of that basically says that the report has been prepared solely for the use of the management and should not be quoted in whole or in part without our prior written consent. So I guess based on that, if the author is not saying that it can be for the public, but unless written consent is provided, I'd like to propose that we request of the author to allow that document to be provided to the public, because it's a very beneficial and informative document. So I guess that's the point of my question.
Councillor Bello, your microphone's on.
I think a discussion will also need to occur with the chair of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee, because they're the intended audience of that report. It's also noting that the committee have not yet finalised any of the recommendations made within the report, so no final decision. And I think it would be prudent to wait until those a final action is determined for each of those recommendations within the report to give the community the full picture of what council would be intending to do with those recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. So following Councillor Bello's request, can we leave that with you to follow up? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, could we have a look at this also, not in relation to the report that may or may not be made public, but can we raise this matter in the confidential section of our meeting today? Just a few little points that I'd like to have clarified, that's all. It's actually... We can take matters that are in general agenda and place them in committee. We can do that.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, councillor. I guess might have a discussion in the break about that before we go forward with that suggestion, if that's okay.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
I didn't want to deal with the report itself, but matters that pertain to the report. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a procedural motion to later on the table to later in the meeting, preferably the confidential section of the meeting.
All right, Councillor Mather's moved a procedural motion to have this lay on the table for later in the meeting. Any further discussion around that? All right, all in favour? Thank you. We'll come back to that one, councillors. Okay, item 12.1, the investment policy. Over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, we're required on an annual basis to present the investment policy for review and update at the council table. Whilst it is required to be adopted or reviewed, adopted annually, there is no requirement to have it adopted as part of the budget process. So it's prudent that we're adopting this in advance of the budget process. This policy, for all intents and purposes, remains consistent with the previous policy. There has been some enhancement in regards to the internal controls that we have in place in regards to managing and maximising our investment opportunities on behalf of council and the community.
Councillors, this is a fairly, well, I guess nothing in local government is straightforward, but this is about as straightforward as it gets in terms of local government. Councillor Hutton.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Just a query, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Mather.
Through you to our financial officer. Under commentary, the first line, there are no major changes to the scope of wording. Trying to compare the two reports, and if there's nothing I could identify that was terribly changed. What are there any changes at all? It says there are no major changes. I'm just wondering if there are any minor ones that we need to be aware of that I haven't identified.
There's no, as the commentary states, there's no major changes. Some of the enhancements were around just some clearer wording in the investment policy in regards to the internal controls set in place. We can provide councillor again with a track changes version of the policy. It was provided at the briefing session when this was brought to the councillors.
Well, I can't recall the conversation at the time, but are you able to tell me off the top of your head what changes, if any, that have altered anything that we've done previously? Or is it just a word change? But sometimes a word change can make a difference to a sentence too.
Councillor, I'm unable to. I can
I'm
take
just a
lot of
suspicious
little
type,
snippets
that's
of
all.
information, but off the top of my head, some of the minor word changes I cannot recall off the spot.
Councillor, if I can jump in here, during
Yeah,
the
I'll be
discussion
happy.
in the briefing session, I don't recall too much significant change in this particular policy. It's a fairly straightforward policy. There might have been the odd word here or there, but I don't recall there being any change that would structurally reform this document in any way.
Well, having traipsed through the Local Government Act over the years, Mr. Chairman, I kind of find that shall, may and must, all of those words mean something totally different, or they look very similar, they're all related, but they mean something very opposite. So I'm very conscious of that, that's all.
No, I take your point, Councillor, but as I said, I don't recall anything that was a major structural change to this policy. Any other questions of the CFO?
Happy to second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bellows. So we've got Councillor Hutton moving, Councillor Bellows seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Okay, so 12.2, the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of May 2020. Over to you again, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending May 2020. Overall year-to-date operating revenue is in close proximity to the year-to-date revised budget position. A number of operational budget line items have small dollar variances. Overall, when viewed collectively, there's a small unfavourable budget variance of less than 1%. Of particular note is the prepaid portion of the 2021 Financial Assistance Grant, which has been paid by the Queensland Local Government Grants Commission and received by Council in late May. Usually that amount is paid in June, so they've paid that even earlier than usual. That represents a $2.1 million prepayment, which we don't necessarily recognise the full revenue in the current financial year. We do recognise that as revenue in this current financial year, even though it pertains to the subsequent financial year. The final quarter of the 2019-20 Financial Assistance Grant of just under $500,000 was also received by Council in May. Operating expenditure is just below the revised year-to-date budget by around 5%. That includes just under $7 million in committal expenditure, so that the majority of that expenditure is likely to be incurred over the month of June and accrued back over when those invoices are received in July as part of the end of financial year processing. Our closing cash balances remain significantly in advance of our year-to-date anticipated position. That's predominantly related to the underspend in regards to the capital works expenditure. Happy to take any questions from councillors on the balance of the report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And for the benefit of the gallery and our community watching via live stream, could I perhaps just ask if you could elaborate a little bit on the CapEx carry forward situation and why typically that happens, so people know or understand why we haven't reached target?
Certainly. I'll also refer to this in the context of the next report, which is the 20Q3 revised budget. So capital has been tracking slightly below anticipated spend for the majority of the year, and there's a number of reasons, and it's quite often not isolated to just one particular reason for the capital projects. So that the first is that we have a continual carry forward of projects from previous year that we add to a delivery program in full, and we commit to deliver that. So we're committing to deliver more than what the organisation is potentially has the capacity to deliver. We're more than capable of delivering, but having the capacity to deliver, we're a little bit restricted by that. A lot of the projects also require that we anticipate grant funding for. Under the requirements of some of the grant funders, you're not allowed to commence construction or work on those projects until you're advised of the grant outcome. And a lot of those outcomes are not known earlier on in the financial year. So you're getting advised halfway through the financial year or even in the past couple of months. So those projects then subsequently have to be the bulk of that work deferred. What we're doing to try to compensate for that in the later years is separate out the design and construction components of the project, so allow for the design of those major projects in year one and the construction in a subsequent year to allow better cost estimates also to be delivered on that.
Thank you, Madam CFO, and also for the benefit of the gallery and our community watching via live stream, the intent to separate design and construction is brought about simply because some of the design elements within these major infrastructure projects can be quite lengthy. So if you're talking about construction of a significant piece of roadway, a bridge, things of that nature, design can take a significant amount of time, sometimes up to 6 months or more. And so, we have to make allowance for the fact that that design component will take that amount of time. And so therefore, trying to do the design and construct in a 12-month period simply becomes very difficult. So, councillors, any questions in relation to the monthly financial report?
Just one question, Mr. Mayor. On page 73, Andrea, key performance indicators, KPIs. Under asset sustainability, the ratio, we've got a red flag there. It should be 90, I understand. And it's down to, is it 55 at the moment? Sorry. Can you just explain that, please?
Certainly. The asset sustainability ratio is one of the 3 legislated financial sustainability ratios as prescribed under the local government regulation. It's calculated by the amount that you're spending on renewal, capital renewal in your capital works program divided by depreciation. There are fors and against the benefit or whether this is actually driving the correct behaviour. In a nutshell, this indicates for council that we are investing less than the prescribed amount in our renewals. So we have more of a spend on the new infrastructure than what we do on renewing existing infrastructure. So if for council to achieve the 90% target, we would need to be investing around $19 to $20 million just on renewal of existing infrastructure.
That's in total. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. That's in total 90 to 20 million on renewals.
Correct.
Okay.
Of all our infrastructure.
Yes. So what are we spending now on it in dollar terms?
Sure. I can on page. Let's get to scroll to on page 76 of the agenda. There is a table there that identifies the split between capital revenue and expenditure for all projects. So our renewal expenditure for this year across all our asset classes is around $12.4 million, and the new assets or upgrade of existing assets is $29 million. That's based on the Q2 budget forecast. So the spend of the $12 million full year budget, we've spent year to date $5.7 million, excluding purchase order committals.
So the 1920 budget is 12.4, and we've only spent how much at the moment?
So of the 2019-20 Q2 revised budget, our total capital budget was $41.8 or $41.9 million. Of that, 12.4 was earmarked just for renewal of existing assets. And at the end of May, council had only spent $5.7 million on that. That 5.7 excludes purchase order committals, so that will increase over the month of June when we receive all of the invoices relating to some of those works.
For a layperson, it's difficult to follow. So you're saying that will we expend, even if we spend the 12.4, we won't, will we? We won't spend the 12.4.
Correct, councillor.
And yet you're saying that we should be spending 19 to 20 million, and we haven't even spent 12.4.
12.4 out of a $42 million budget, yes, councillor.
Out of 42, okay. So, and I think that tells us something. When we go down to budget, we need to be spending more on our infrastructure maintenance. That's really what I understand. Is that right, Andrea? We're not spending enough on infrastructure to keep it up to scratch, up to maintain.
Not necessarily. The information that's not in here is the spend compared against the spend required in our asset management plans.
Okay.
So that's really a better indicator of whether or not we're maintaining our assets as they should be in accordance with the levels of service.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, to progress this meeting, beg the table, I will speak with Andrea later, and maybe if anybody else would like to join in, maybe not today, but just to get a clear understanding of all.
I'm certainly happy to take councillors on a bit of a journey through a briefing session on that relationship, councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea, because I can see there's a big gap there that we need to understand and make provision for if we want to retain our assets in a prime condition. That's what I understand. Yes, thank you.
Councillors, just for your information, there are some moves afoot within, as I understand, the department, the LGAQ, the audit office, to have that 90% benchmark reduced, Madam CFO?
I understand that they are going to provide some guidance and allow councils to set their own target. For example, I know Sunshine Coast Regional Council have their target set at 60% and they report against that even though the legislated target is 90%.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions of the CFO? All right, well, may I have a mover and
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
seconder? Councillor Bello moving, Councillor Lynch seconding. Sorry, Councillor Friend. Okay, so any further discussion, councillors, before we go?
The only thing I'd like to say, just to appreciate the content that's in there. I concur with Councillor May that from a layman, there's a lot that I don't understand, but I believe over time a considerable effort has been made by the officers to provide it in a more easy to read format, and I'm appreciative of that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Okay, we're going to the vote. Councillors, all in favour? We're going to move and second it. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Andrea. Now, okay. Looking at 12.3, the quarterly budget review. Again to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting a Q3 revised budget for consideration for adoption today. So we undertake reviews of our budgets at regular intervals throughout the year, and each one has a different purpose. So the purpose of the Q3 revised budget is to assess for any changes in some of the underlying assumptions, such as the consumer price index or other population statistics, and updates for the anticipated results for the current 19-20 financial year. We use that information as the starting point for the development of the budget and long-term financial forecast for the subsequent financial year. Of major focus for this particular review has been around looking at our capital works program and identifying any capital carryovers required to be considered as part of the 2021 budget, project cost timing, and the impact of any amount of external funding and the subsequent receipt of those. This third quarter budget review also took into consideration any impacts from COVID-19 and what the organisation will be doing in response to accommodate for all of that. The overall outcome is that there has been a slight improvement to the operating result and that the overall financial fiscal position has been maintained. Cash flows remain adequate to meet the planned operational and capital expenditure for the balance of this financial year. The major significant movement, as I referred to in my previous report, was around the capital project budget. The original adopted budget was somewhat in the order of $36 million, attracting $9.9 million in capital grants and subsidies. The Q3 revised capital budget, as being presented, is $27.4 million, with $6.9 in carryovers expected to be received in total. So that means that there's $16.6 million identified in capital carryovers, which is offset by $5.3 million in external funds, to which just over $500,000 has already been received or is expected to be received by 30th of June. As part of the Q3 revised budget, Council also has to consider not only the budget for the current financial year, but over the 10-year forecast period as required under legislation. The areas that councillors will need to be aware of is there is a reduction in some of the cash balances in the medium to long term, which is below the minimum levels of our required cash cover, which is around $20 million to maintain 3 months of working capital cash. In order to address that, Council will either need to consider increasing revenue sources beyond current forecast assumptions or reducing expenditure, predominantly around capital, to be around $25 million for the forecast years. The detail of the future years will be subject to detailed discussions with the councillors as part of the 3 scheduled budget workshops, focusing just on the capital works program. Council is also looking to establish a permanent working capital facility to mitigate any cash flow risks that council may experience over the medium to long term. We currently have a temporary facility which is due to expire at the end of this month, and we're seeking for a lesser amount but a permanent facility with the department. Happy to take any questions from councillors on the Q3 revised budget as presented.
So, councillors, a brief summary, and forgive me if I don't do it justice, Madam CFO, but you have a couple of issues to think about here. One is the reduction in the capital works program budget, and the other one is in relation to the reduction in the working capital facility through Queensland Treasury Corporation down to $10 million. Okay, so are there any comments or questions in relation to the report?
Can you just explain the $10 million, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, and again, I'll defer to the CFO, but I'll attempt to do it justice, Madam CFO. Councillors, normally we have had a working capital facility with the Queensland Treasury Corporation of $20 million. And that's essentially a buffer of approximately 3 months operating costs in case we run into a financial crisis of some sort. Now, going forward, the officers are telling us through the finance department that we don't need that level of protection, I guess, if you want to call it that, because we actually pay quite, well, I won't say quite dearly, but we do pay for that facility to be provided by QTC. So in reducing it down to $10 million, the officers are telling us that that's an adequate cover, and it's also going to cost us less in terms of the interest component on that.
What would be the interest, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Andrea? What would be the interest? I mean, that's halving it. That's a terrible slice. I'd rather see it go down 25% rather than 50% for starters. Because, you know, if we have an emergency, we need that money and it's not there, we're going to be in trouble.
Madam CFO?
So we've had the current facility for 2 years. So normally they are only a 12-month approval. So we're fortunate in that the department granted us approval to have a 2-year facility. We've not required to use that facility at all. It is more of a financial risk management strategy that we have that in place. With the recent announcement of the recession, we do not know what the impact will be on our ratepayers, on if they are experiencing financial difficulty, that we are still able to operate as council by accessing that. The other benefit of using a working capital facility is that it should eliminate any need to consider, well, it will sort of reduce the necessity to access long-term borrowings as well. So that's another reason why councils have that in place. So you were able to manage the cost of some of those capital projects that you would have otherwise borrowed and paid high interest rates on. That you mitigate that need for long-term borrowings by using your cash that you have more wisely.
Just one other question, Mr. Chairman. The 20 million, if we had it in our bank, which we don't at the moment, where is that stored? Is that stored in our bank for interest, or is it with Treasury?
It's with Treasury as part of their debt management pool. So we would just draw down on it, similar to an overdraft facility that you would have with your home loan. And as I mentioned, council has not accessed that 20 million at all. We've been able to manage our cash flow.
So just to further that last question, does that mean Treasury has the benefit of investing our 20 million while we're having to pay them to look after it?
No, Councillor Mather.
It's just available to us.
It's just available as like a normal, as the CFO said, like a normal overdraft facility. It's still basically the bank's money until such time as we draw down on it, and then we start paying interest on it. Mm-hmm. And that we also have a charge for that facility to be made available to us as well.
Yes. And Andrew, if we went down 50%, what would we save? If we knocked it back to 10 million from 20 million, what would we save in money?
It's more about managing the cash flow, Councillor Mather, than saving money. So our expectation is to not use the full $10 million of funds, but merely just to float it. It does come with a small interest expense, which does vary on a day-to-day basis, determined by the Queensland Treasury Corporation, but it is less than our cost of capital, which I think on average at the moment is about 4.35%. That's the weighted average cost of our interest at the moment, so it's less than that, but more than the current cash rate. So it will waver in between each of those.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other questions of the CFO, councillors?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question just so I can get it around my head. So the suggestion here is to reduce that overdraft of $20 million down to $10 million. Is that clear? And the positives of doing that, which you have explained, Madam CFO, but could you just reiterate that so I guess we understand the positives to this council in reducing that 20 to 10 million?
Certainly. It's not the first time Livingstone has had a working capital facility. So upon de-amalgamation, I understand that Livingstone had a working capital facility to help manage the cash flows when we became de-amalgamated. So the benefits of that is that we won't be as heavily reliant upon receiving the timing of cash flows from our major revenue streams. And we'll also smooth out the interim between when we receive grant funding for capital projects and the expenditure for all of those. As I referred to, and we've had the facility in place for 2 years, at a higher value when our capital works program was at exceptionally high levels and we've not had to access it. It is purely just a financial risk management strategy that we have almost like an extra player in our back pocket, just in case if we need to draw on that to help manage our cash flows of the business suite, that we do have that. In terms of repayment of that, it is not a permanent debt facility. You are expected to repay that within a 12-month period. This is certainly a financial strategy that the Queensland Treasury are supportive of council having in place to alleviate some of the potential debt that we are forecasting over the current financial forecast period. So there's only one borrowing intended over the forecast period of around $2 million, which is 50% of the cost of the new cell at the Yeppoon landfill. So if we have a working capital facility in place, then possibly we were able to not borrow at all or defer that. But it's just a risk management strategy.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, is everyone clear on what we're voting for? Okay. All right, so Councillor Bello, as portfolio holder of this area, would you like to move this report?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it, Mr. Chair.
May I get a seconder, please? Councillor Lynch, thank you. Okay, all in favour, councillors? Councillor Mather, are you voting for this one? Okay, would you like your vote recorded against? Okay. Okay, we're moving on to 12.4, Fees and Charges Review 2021. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting the 2021 fees and charges for adoption today. It's always prudent to do this in advance of adoption or prior to the 1st of July, so that enables Council to amend all of its systems in order to start charging the revised fees from 1 July. There's been thorough consultation with councillors as well as throughout the organisation in understanding the cost drivers for each of these fees as proposed in the attached schedule. The beauty of the fees and charges schedule is, unlike other parts of the budget, such as the revenue statement, that fees and charges can be amended at any time through a financial year. And we have done that on a number of occasions where we've identified where changes have needed to be made. These fees and charges will be presented on Council's website, and there is an online search functionality that is capable within that online application. Happy to take any questions from councillors.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, any questions on this report?
Just a confirmation, Mr. Chairman, through to Andrea. I don't think we've done anything over.
Councillor Mather, your microphone's gone off.
Sorry. I think they're trying to gag me, Mr. Chairman. I think we've only gone CPI with all our rates and charges, well, our charges anyhow. Would that be right, Andrea? Basically,
to the
CPI.
CFO.
Yep. So we did use the December CPI, which is 1.9% as the inflation indice for the preparation of the fees and charges, noting that the March CPI is at 2.2%.
Thanks, Andrea.
Any other comments or questions, councillors?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say that I've gone through this in monetary terms with a fine-tooth comb, and most of the charges have only increased $1 or $2. Some of the charges by the 1.9% have gone up a little more, and indeed some have been reduced dramatically. That will impact our community in new puppy registrations, for example. So I would like the opportunity to move this for acceptance.
Councillor Friend, I was going to go to Councillor Bello as a portfolio holder to move it, if that's okay, and you can second it. Is that okay? Just for members of the community too, and providing a little bit of understanding around the composition of the fees and charges in terms of some are cost recovery, some are having a mental block, Madam CFO, they're commercial charges. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just explaining how that works, please.
No problem. So under the legislation, Council can charge two different types of fees depending on whether they're regulatory, so whether we're required to charge a certain fee, and whether they need to be cost recovery. So we contain a mixture of both of those. So cost recovery fees are those things that council is essentially the only provider of and cannot generate a return on those particular fees. Other ones where we operate in a commercial space, we compete against some other sectors and we can charge commercial fees for that. Each of those are prescribed under the regulation. We also have a third party who reviews not only to make sure that we've got whether it's a commercial cost recovery fee, but they also review that we have the correct GST treatment for each of those fees, as well as additional oversight and quality control for the fees and charges schedule.
Thank you, Madam CFO. So, Councillor Bell, are you happy to move this?
Yep, happy to move, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor Friend is seconding.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair.
So, councillors, any more discussion around this particular report? Any questions? All right, so I'll call for the vote.
I'm happy just to say a couple of words to it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Bello.
I guess there was a commitment by this new council to have a good, close look at the fees and charges, trying to establish what areas we can be more competitive in. It's not as easy as it sounds to do, and we'd all love to think we could just slash and burn and make things much more cheaper, but that's not the reality. However, and acknowledging that the officers went through an extensive process to compare other councils of similar size and nature, that was very beneficial for councillors, especially the new ones, to see just the challenge that lay with trying to set reasonable fees and charges. I believe that there is more work to be done though in this space, and I think over certainly the next budgetary period we will look once again at it, and I believe that Mackay for me stood out as a council that was very close to the cutting edge of providing those affordable fees and charges, and I think that there will be merit in reviewing them once again next year, which I'm sure we all look forward to. It's very an exhilarating experience going through line by line every fee and charges, and so no, I commend it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other comments from other councillors? All right, so councillors, bear in mind the significance of this report. So we are now voting for the adoption of the fees and charges at this point. Oh, sorry, the review of the fees and charges at this point for 2021. So can I call for the vote? Thanks. All in favour? Councillor Hutton, you're voting in favour of it? Okay. Voting against? Okay. Okay, thanks. Got that, Nick? All right. Did you want your vote recorded against, Councillor?
Yes, please.
Councillors, moving on to item 12.5, the annual procurement policy. This is in relation to the way council purchases its goods and services, and again, we'll pass to the CFO for this report.
Thank you, Mayor. The procurement policy is required to be adopted on an annual basis under the local government regulation. This report provides for that annual review. There are no proposed amendments in this review based on the previous policy. So procurement applies to the purchase of all goods, services, equipment and construction and service contracts that council does. Procurement is a fairly essential function to advance the priorities and outcomes of council and has to be conducted in a manner that achieves value for money with probity and accountability. This policy sets out council's overarching policy position with having regards to the sound contracting principles as required under the Local Government Act, how we apply minimum quotation thresholds and how council will establish and access buying arrangements. It is also noted that under the regulation, council also publicly displays awarded contracts over $200,000 on council's website and a notice board in the Customer Service Centre in Yeppoon. To support the organisation, we do have an internal explanatory document referred to as the Purchasing Directive, which is the explanatory statement to support officers in the application of the principles identified within here. Over the next few months, we'll be engaging with councillors to further progress the more detailed application of the sound contracting principles on a practical basis. I look forward to having those discussions over the coming months.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And can I just make a general comment to the community that in regular discussions with members of or residents and our business people in the Shire, and certainly during the campaign, I think all of the councillors were exposed to comments in relation to how council does business in terms of its procurement. And just please be aware we've taken those comments on board, and as you've just heard from the CFO, over the coming months we will be doing a deep dive into how the procurement policy actually works. Now, being a policy, it can be amended by council resolution at a council meeting, and so we will obviously, if we identify any need for change going forward, that will occur. And certainly we will be cognizant of the community's concerns in terms of the comments that we've been receiving from the community. So we are aware of your concerns, and we are looking at those. The officers are also aware of those, and I think as a combined effort, we will be looking at the policy going forward. So, councillors, at this point in time, we are required to adopt the annual procurement policy, and as I said, it can be amended by council resolution at a meeting at any time. So, the recommendation is that the procurement policy be adopted as required under Section 198 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Any comments, councillors, please?
Question, Mr. Chairman. Not in relation to the policy, just page 216, on the last little sentence, council displays its contracts $200,000 and over on its Facebook page, on its face page, website I should say. Do we have a charter or a publicly displayed record of the contracts go from 100 to 200?
No, Council, we're not required to publicly display that information. We do comply with the local government regulation and its requirements, which is contracts over $200,000.
Okay, that's legislative, but it's available if we needed to. You know, is it easily obtainable if we needed it?
I would need to take that as a question on notice, okay. Councillor.
Thank you.
How easily it's attainable.
No, that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments or questions, councillors?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to read this this part out. It's on page 216, and it said, must be conducted in a manner that achieves value for money with probity and accountability. And I just would like us all at the table to take that into consideration in our future discussions. Obviously, this particular policy will need to be passed because it's part of the legislation. But in going forward, I just want to back up what Mr. Mayor has said in relation to transparency and the views of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, councillors? Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Mather is moving. Councillor Friend is seconding. Okay, with any further discussion, councillors, before we go to the vote? Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, Nick. Thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, we've now arrived at so, councillors, we'll do a procedural motion and break for morning tea. Thank you. So I shall move that. All in favour? Thank you. Procedural motion to restart the meeting after morning tea. Have a mover, please. Councillor Mather. All in favour? Being a procedural motion, thank you. Item on the agenda, councillors, is 12.6, change application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot, 2 lots into 2 lots, and the material change of use for a retirement village, 62 additional units. We have the lovely Principal Strategic Planner, Mel, here today. So, Mel, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. The current change application that we have for the application that was just mentioned is in relation to the request for a reduction in the levied infrastructure charges for the approved development, which is 62 independent living units developed over 3 stages. The request to change conditions pertains to the charge levied at the moment, which is $1.054 million, with the proposal by the applicant to reduce the charge to $474,300. The subject site adjoins the existing Capricorn Adventist Retirement Village in Yeppoon. I attached to the report the request by the applicant and the reasons for the fee reduction that they're seeking for the levied charges. The applicant has requested that the infrastructure charges notice be amended with the reduced charges based on 4 of the 5 networks being charged only, 50% of the current charge, and no charge at all for stormwater trunk. So that's 4 of the networks charged at half of the current charge, and the stormwater network with no charge. That's the request. With no demonstrable additional load on the identified stormwater trunk infrastructure, the recommendation is that the stormwater component, which is 2% of the levied charge, is to be removed from the charges notice. This would reduce the levied charge from $17,000 per independent living unit to $16,660 per unit. In relation to the request, we support the 2% reduction only, and that's a total saving of $21,080 overall. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Madam Planner. Councillors, any questions or comments for the planner, please? Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Mel, I just want to find out, you've decided just to give the 2% on the, the stormwater? They asked for 50% of the levy to be reduced on the rest of the infrastructure. Was there any time in consideration that you would increase that? I'm just throwing it out there to say reduce it by 20% or 10%. Was that given any consideration?
Thanks for the question. The current adopted infrastructure charges resolution, that's on our website, pretty much apportions levied charges over the 5 networks. And because the applicant during the operational works have demonstrated that the stormwater component, which is 2% of all of the charges, has been dealt with on site, that's why we are happy for our trunk networks not to have to deal with that. Whereas the other 4 networks, we don't believe, and there's nothing in our policy that says that they are to be reduced for certain types of developments.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question on that too, Mel.
Councillor Eastwood.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather, your light's on, sorry.
So in relation to, say, the reduced transport demand, which they've sort of believe that they would
Councillor
have.
Eastwood, I'm having trouble hearing you, sorry.
How's that, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, in relation to the reduced demand on the transport network and the reduced demand on the parks and community facilities network, is there any provision that you would be able to make a reduction on that?
The recommendation from officers is as per the resolution, and the reason that this has come back to council is for council to afford any other views that you have in that regard. There are certain local governments that have set up their charges resolution, and it will look at things like reducing certain components in quite detail for certain types of developments. Livingstone Shire Councils does not do this, and they are 62 independent living units. And when you look at that, why is that any different, I suppose, to a unit development somewhere else, that there still might be someone of age living within that unit, and it's how you pick and choose, I suppose, whether the charge gets reduced or whether you simply change the resolution and the policy position to do that up front and be transparent.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Mel.
Councillor Mather.
I understand the rationale behind. There's a red light district over here. I understand the rationale behind your determination, your recommendation. So it's over 21,000 that the applicant would be saving, Mel. Yes, I think that's not to be stared at.
Correct.
It's obviously we can do that. It's not required, and therefore we can afford to make that compensation. Yes, I'm happy with that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hutton.
Considering the nature of this applicant, is there any other savings or reduced fees that have been achieved throughout any part of the process for this development itself or related?
As detailed in the report, there was a previous request to reduce charges for this development approval, and that was denied by council in the last few years. The request to change the fees again has come after the plans for the independent living units have been amended already and recalculated. So to be fair, the applicant did ask council, they're getting along with getting their development happening, and we have provided them with that authority, I suppose, to keep going while this matter is dealt with. So we haven't held up their development at all, and I understand that that's well underway. It is over 3 stages, and council would have the opportunity to stage the payment of the charges if they so wished.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warwick. Further question, has any similar application been treated differently to how it's requested that we treat this one here today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Question, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just picking up on Councillor Hutton's question, and not to dispute the response or the answer at all, but just for my curiosity, there was an application up at the Pines here for a retirement village that we considered a reduction in charges as part of their approval. Is there any further light on what the elements of that one were, or that could be a question on notice? Because I believe there was an acknowledgement that the use or the impact is very different in retirement villages as opposed to probably outside in your normal residential impact. Perhaps Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Councillor. I would have to take that on notice. It is ringing in my mind. The recommendation at the time from officers was not to. However, certain councillors argued for various reasons creatively, I would suggest, and so council voted in a particular way. However, that was inconsistent with the policy as well. And part of the argument, as I recall, for that was, oh, well, this will facilitate that going ahead. And that was several years ago, councillors, and nothing has occurred on that site. So I would argue to you that that was a bit of a marketing ploy, if nothing more.
Yeah, I probably don't disagree with that so much, or nor so much want to provide comment on why it has or has not happened. But I guess we're not yet in formal debate, from what I can understand, Mr. Chair. We're just sort of teasing out questions. Is that the situation?
Yeah, teasing out questions.
To the planner there, Melissa, you referenced that there are other councils that have allowance for the impact that retirement villages make on the network. I certainly would like, as part of trying to make an informed decision here, I would benefit from understanding what they offer, and therefore, at the appropriate time, I'd like to move a procedural motion that this lay on the table to allow that further information to be explored in order to make a fully informed decision.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Friend, did your hand? No. Okay. Sorry.
Procedural motion, Mr. Chairman, takes precedent.
Okay. So we have a procedural motion, councillors, that this lay on the table, moved by Councillor Bello. For what duration of time, councillor?
Well, to allow the officers time to provide the additional information that, as was alluded to, that other councils do make provision. What are those provisions that they make? And without being fully aware of them or understanding them, then it's difficult to. I'm not yet prepared to, I guess, vote on this matter at this stage. I'm looking for support at the table to defer that, to allow that further investigation.
Is that to another meeting, Mr. Chairman, or later in this meeting? I just need a clarification.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Well, it's additional time that the officers need to provide that information. So I'd go on the CEO's recommendation there.
Okay.
I would suggest councillors would have to be to either a briefing session in July or in August. Now, from the point of view of collating that information, and given that you already have other work progressing, is July, which is only a couple of weeks away, too soon? Or
That would be fine.
Okay,
thank you, Mel.
We have a procedural motion whereby this lays on the table for a briefing session in July. So I'll go to the vote. All in favour? Okay, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So just to make sure I'm in the right spot on the agenda, we're at 12.8, 12.7. So I went through all that for nothing. What page are we on, sorry? Thank you very much. Excellent. So item 12.7, councillors, thank you. So this relates to a development application for a development permit for reconfiguring one lot into two at 635 Adelaide Park Road, Adelaide Park. And the author of this report is Tessa Morgan, one of our planning officers. Over to you, Tessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Today I'll be presenting a development application to reconfigure a lot from one lot into two lots, which is deemed impact accessible due to one of the lots not meeting the minimum lot size requirement of 10 hectares for the rural zone in the Capricorn Coast Rural Precinct. Yep, so I'll just go to the next slide, please. Yep. So the slide up here is a locality map of the subject lot, which is 635 Adelaide Park Road. You can see it in the blue polygon area. Now, the subject lot currently contains two dwellings, a primary and secondary dwelling, which are both have development approvals of D47 2016 for the primary dwelling, which is on the eastern side. I'll just point here, just around there. And the secondary dwelling is towards the northern edge of the site. And that was approved under Development Application 110 of 2019. And in the locality, you can see much smaller size lots up here. They average between 1 and 2 hectares in area. We'll just go to the next slide, please. Yep.
For those viewing via live streaming, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment, so please just bear with us.
So basically up on this slide is the zoning under the current planning scheme. So the subject lot is zoned as rural and all the surrounding lots are also zoned as rural as well, and also included within the Capricorn Coast Rural Precinct. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is a proposed reconfiguring a lot plan that was submitted with the development application. So we have proposed lot 1, which is 10 hectares in area. So that remains compliant with the rural zone requirements. And proposed lot 2 is 7.932 hectares in area. So I'll just quickly discuss through the overlays mapped over the property. So this is the agricultural land classification. So I'll just note that the site is steeply sloped. And it contains remnant vegetation over the southern half of the lot. So the site contains the 2 dwelling houses and historically cleared areas surrounding each dwelling house, which can still be used for agricultural pursuits after the subdivision. So this is the biodiversity mapping. So the green polygon areas are matters of local environmental significance, and the hatched orange area is a matter of state environmental significance, which is wildlife habitat. So this is the bushfire hazard overlay. Due to the steep ridgeline and the dense remnant vegetation, it does make that very high hazard, which is that dark maroon colour. The red is a high hazard and the yellow is medium hazard, and the hatched area is a potential impact buffer. So both dwellings at the time of their assessment under their original approvals, they were assessed against the planning scheme at the time and conditioned accordingly for bushfire hazard. And this is our landslide hazard mapping indicated by the red area. And also scenic amenities, so the subdivision does not go through scenic amenity mapped areas. So in summary, it went to public notification between 19th of March and 8th of April of this year, and no submissions were received. So the subject site already contains the 2 dwellings and auxiliary outbuildings, and there's no future development proposed. It's only the subdivision, and each house will be on its own land title. So proposed lot 2 triggers the impact assessable application due to being below 10 hectares in area, and proposed lot 1 remains compliant. The subject lot is zoned amongst other rural zoned lots of varying sizes, with some much smaller lots located further to the west at around 1 to 2 hectares in area. So there were 3 non-compliances against the strategic framework. So basically agricultural overlaid areas have been subdivided. Let's go through the other 2. So the second one was that one of the lots did not meet the minimum lot size requirement for the zone and precinct. And the third one was that it does not result in low impact rural activities as a preferred and dominant land use in the rural zone. So following our assessment, we do recommend approval subject to relevant and reasonable conditions. Were there any comments from the table?
Thank you for that report. Councillor Hutton, as Portfolio Chair, would you like to lead any discussion on this one? Councillors, any comments from or questions from the table, please?
Just an observation, Mr Mayor. Even though there are some non-compliances here, given the topography and the fact that it's mapped agricultural A and B, there's no primary production going on there. There are 2 houses which will each have a lot to themselves itself. And I think given the overlay for the hazardous fire threat, I think the decision was a good one. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Councillor, anyone else want to make a comment? Councillor Lynch?
I just wanted a question just so I understand in regards to the 10 hectares, how that came about. Has that always been in play? Is it something that's come about? So how is it that you make a decision on a smaller size block, which I don't have a problem with, but just understanding the 10 hectare rule? Could you explain it to me?
Yep, so it's just under the current planning scheme, which came into effect in 2018 in June. So it's basically to maintain the lot sizes so they do preserve that larger size lot in the precinct area for the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so may I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Mather moving, Councillor Eastwood seconding. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I've already said enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody voting against this? No. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak for it?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's absolutely a common sense thing. We've got two houses already there. It makes sense to put them onto two titles. It gives us a bigger rate space, and it's actually better off for the owners. Just totally agree with it.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I'm taking it there are still no negatives. So anyone else like to speak in favour of this motion? Okay, so we'll go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Nick. Okay. Now we'll go to 12.8 because I'm at the right spot. This is an application for a permanent road closure, councillors, at Yeppoon Crescent in Yeppoon. And this will be Tony Lau. Thank you, Tony.
Good morning, Council. So this first application is for permanent road closure at at Yeppoon Crescent. So they're currently the landowner on the southern boundary of the small section of road reserve that connects Yeppoon Crescent to the Fig Tree Creek Drainage Reserve is requesting the road closure purely to amalgamate it into its own property for their enjoyment. Council officers' only concern is that if council approved the road closure, there would be limited access for council to access the Fig Tree Creek western bank for future maintenance purposes. So that would potentially restrict council and incur additional operational costs if we need to access by other means. Any questions?
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Mather, your fingers poised.
Just an observation that normally it would be astute to amalgamate a small parcel of that kind with an adjoining landowner. But because we have infrastructure underneath that pathway and it's the only access to the creek, we need to retain it. Yeah, the recommendation's right.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments or questions, councillors, before we go for a mover and a seconder? Councillor Mather? Oh, sorry, you're moving? Okay. Just to be clear, councillors, we'll read the recommendation from the officers, and that is that council resolves to advise the applicant that it does not support the proposal to permanently close the road pathway to the north of 23 Yeppoon Crescent Yeppoon because it provides access to the western side of Fig Tree Creek and the neighbouring reserve for park, and may be required at some future point for access to the reserve for maintenance or walkway purposes. And secondly, that council resolves to authorise the Manager Engineering Services to sign a statement in relation to an application under Land Act 1944 over State Land Part C, advising the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy that council, as road manager, does not support the proposal to permanently close the road or pathway to the north of 23 Yeppoon Crescent Yeppoon because it provides access to the western side of Fig Tree Creek and the neighbouring reserve for Park Lot 113 LN 2550 and may be required at some future point for access to the reserve for maintenance or walkway purposes. So the recommendation, councillor, you're moving that. Seconder, councillor Friend. All right. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I think I've said enough on that one. Thank you.
Anybody voting against this particular motion? Okay. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would just like to say thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that we do need that access, and it would all be too difficult if we didn't have it for the future. So officers' recommendations are correct.
Right, thank you, Councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote now on this one, councillors. Are all in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So 12.9, application for permanent road closure off Tookers Road, Kawarrell. Tony, you're on this one again?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
So this next application is an application from the Sporting Suitors Association of Australia, the Rockhampton branch. They have a shooting complex on Tookers Road out at Kawarrell, and there's a road reserve to the north, adjacent to the northern boundary, which they have applied to for a permanent closure of. So council officers have recently completed detailed design and master planning for a rail trail, which is it's the extension from the existing rail trail project, but this one connects from Yeppoon Road through to Mount Chalmers. And part of that rail trail project has future intentions for lateral links from the rail trail through that road reserve that's subject of this application to Mount Wheeler Road, which essentially connects the rail trail as a tourist link, connects to the mountain formerly known as Mount Wheeler. And likewise, there's another lateral link from the rail trail out to formerly known as Mount Jim Crow. And so council officers deem that these road reserves, and especially the one subject of this application, is a vital link in our tourist destinations, for people who use the rail trail. So that said, council officers recommend that the applicant recommends that council does not support the proposal to permanently close the road reserve on Tookers Road, off Tookers Road, sorry. Any questions?
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I raised this in our briefing session, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem retaining the road reserve because I'm always reluctant to cut off a road reserve for any purpose for fear it might take away linkage to something else in the future, and it's very hard to get back once you've lost it. But my concern at the time and remains that we've got a rifle range and we're proposing to allow people to go through there, whether they be bushwalkers or whether they be bike riders, and the two conflict. I would like to see the bike riders go somewhere else, but retain the road reserve. But if we're going to allow tourists to walk past there or ride past there, knowing full well we've got an active rifle range within its midst, that concerns me.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillors, any other before we go to the vote? Councillor Eastwood.
Well, I guess I'm getting a little bit confused. We nearly start to go into formal debate before. So, yeah, I'd like to go into debate, but I haven't really got a question. And I just think we just need to be a little bit careful.
All right, so councillors, we will call for the vote. So can I get a mover, please, for this one? Councillor Eastwood, a seconder. Councillor Mather. All right, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, councillors and Mr. Mayor and the gallery. I think this is an absolute vital link for our rail trail that has to be preserved at all costs. Basically, from what I understand, that the zone is just for a buffer zone for the shooting party, shooting club. Our tourist development here in the Capricorn Coast is just one of the most vital future area of development that's going to bring us in dollars. And so we need to make sure that we don't shut down any potential avenues for that to go ahead. And if this can go all the way through to Mount Chalmers and maybe even potentially to Rockhampton, it's just absolutely vital that we make that happen. Or, if it's not going to happen now, that we keep it open so it can happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anybody voting against this motion? Okay. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the motion, please? Councillor Eastwood, your microphone's still on, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I think I've said all I need to say on this one. I agree that we need to maintain the road reserve, but I think when the time comes to have an active rail trail, I think that's when we should be really seriously looking about a buffer zone to protect the people.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other comments from the councillors? So we'll go with the vote. Anyone else want to speak for the motion? I'm sorry.
Just in speaking for it, and I'm not going to assume anything, but I will refer to the officer and the engineering department, who I'm confident that that they would apply the relevant formulas, that even the absurdity of having a rail trail next to a rifle range actually can happen, providing you abide by the appropriate formulas. Just like we have a landing strip in Emu Park next to the sporting fields there, they can cohabitate, but they must abide by the relevant formulas in order for those things to happen in a safe and reasonable manner. I'm going to assume that because I think that's part of good town planning, and therefore I think they can. I'm prepared to support this.
All right, councillors, time for a vote. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour, please? Okay, unanimous, Nick. Thank you. Right. So we're now at 12.10, I believe, councillors. Management of public marine facilities. And again, Tony, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report, it outlines a few key aspects. So one of which was administrative oversight in the past, where appropriate delegations, authorities weren't delegated to officers. And so the sole authority remains with council. And the other issues, so council has always agreed to being the facility manager for the TMR-owned boat ramps. But now there's questions about should council agree to becoming facility manager of additional floating walkways that TMR have recently constructed and intend to construct in future, as well as the breakwaters. And so the marine facilities include that council would be interested in, or the main roads are wanting is council to take become facility managers of the concrete, not always concrete, but the boat ramps, floating walkways, which or sometimes referred to as pontoons, and the breakwaters or the groins that protect the essentially calm the waters down for people using the boat ramp. And so TMR have requested that council become the facility manager of their recently constructed floating walkways and breakwater at Stanage Bay, and there's another one as well that was recently constructed. Thompson's Point. And so officers have assessed their request, and because of the administrative oversight, it's necessary that we bring this to council for approval, and also to just highlight some of the concerns that officers have. One of the concerns is that the increased operational costs that council would incur, should council agree to it, for managing the floating walkways and the breakwater. TMR have outlined what requirements are, and it's also stipulated in the regulation. And for council, it's estimated additional $250,000 per year in operational cost, potentially 2 full-time employees and other vehicles, etc., and potentially the need for CCTV and cameras to install at all the marine facilities. So that would enable council to adequately monitor and manage the facilities. The other issue is liabilities, and that's why council officers have suggested that we may need to consider the worst case scenario, and it may cost those additional costs, because the liability, TMR have informed council officers that if the council may be liable for damages, any damages to the floating walkways, if unapproved vessels moor to the floating walkways and damage it. So for council to ensure that doesn't happen, we need 24/7 monitoring of these facilities. So that said, council officers have several recommendations. Just to tick all the boxes in accordance with the relevant acts. So the first recommendation is that Livingstone Shire Council affirms its consent to its appointment as manager of the public marine facilities, and the listing of the marine facilities would be for the boat ramps only, the existing boat ramps. And then the next recommendation is that council consents to appointment as a manager of the new boat ramps that TMR are proposing to construct at Corbett's Landing and at Thompson's Point. The third recommendation is that council consents to the appointment as manager of third recommendation, council does not consent to the appointment as manager of the floating walkways at Stanage Bay and Corbett's Landing. And the fourth recommendation, that the validity of council's consent to being appointed manager of the floating walkway at Thompson's Point under the deed of agreement dated 7th of January 2019 been further investigated. So that one there, if I explain a bit more, it was council officer had signed a deed of agreement for the funding, and TMR is saying that because you signed the agreement for the funding, that's implied consent to becoming a facility manager. But as I've said before, the administrative oversight was that council officers never had that authority anyway, and plus there was never, we were never of the understanding that TMR wanted us to become the facility manager of the floating walkway. Yeah. And then so the fifth recommendation in relating to the floating walkway at Svenson's Road, Zilsey, council seeks advice clarifying its position in regards to the transfer of responsibilities due to the de-amalgamation and the effects of council on 4th of June 2015 letter. So when Rockhampton Regional Council apparently, according to TMR, had agreed to become facility manager of that one particular floating walkway, they do not have any record of it. We cannot find any record of any such agreement, and so we question that whether it happened or not, and whether that agreement transfers to Livingstone Shire Council, and in addition to that, there was again the administrative oversight. Council officers didn't have the delegated authority to agree anyway. The last recommendation from council officers is that that Department of Main Roads, Transport and Main Roads, be advised of council's decision as a requirement by the Act. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Tony, and councillors, I'm sure you'll agree this was a very comprehensive report. It also came to the briefing session. I'll flag that I'll move the recommendation on this one. But before we go to that, are there any questions or comments on the report? Councillor May, your lights on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tony, when this authority or when this MOU or agreement was carried out with Main Roads, were the floating pontoons that are in question now, were they actually constructed at that time? I mean, we did an agreement to get the funding, but when that happened, were those pontoons present and constructed at that time? Or were they still something that were going to happen?
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure. My understanding is that the funding agreement was not just for the floating walkway, it was for the boat ramp, upgrade of the boat ramp, which includes for a boat ramp, for TMR's standard boat ramp arrangement is including the access road and also the car parking facilities as well. And so I think the funding agreement contained all of the above, the upgrades to the boat ramp, car park, access road, and there was also the inclusion of the floating walkway. So at the time, they weren't constructed.
They weren't constructed.
They weren't constructed. The funding agreement, or the agreement, the MOU, sorry, is always entered prior to construction.
A further question, Mr. Chairman. I've got a lot to say on this one, but I'm happy to take my turn. Tony, in the agreement, was there any specific mention about the floating walkway? Was that actually specified that it was included in those works and that funding?
Yes, there was. I read the MOU myself, and there is one clause in there. It was almost like fine print, and one clause in there that mentions a floating walkway as well. Yes.
Is that what? Because, Mr. Mayor, if you bear mind, sorry, because I see that we've got 10 jetty, unless my sums are a little wrong, we've got 10 ramps. We've got 2 floating walkways that we have already told them that we are not going to undertake. And then we've got 2 more that we're going to investigate. Now, is that investigation because the officers may have signed an MOU or an agreement which they had no authority to do? Is that what you're going to investigate?
Yes, that, and also the intent, as in TMR insists that by signing the MOU, you're agreeing to become a facility manager. But council officers believe that by signing the MOU, it was, yes, we're happy for you to upgrade these facilities, but when we don't necessarily want to become facility manager of those new additions.
Did you have delegated authority to sign those agreements?
So council officers at the time, I wasn't.
Don't know. That might be the key, Mr. Mayor, because in my opinion, there's no way in the world we should be taking on these floating walkways. It's always been historical that council deals with infrastructure on the land and TMR deals with matters on the ocean. And that's the principle of it all. And I don't know if there's anything that's out there that says that's going to change. So if we take on this, we will be taking on a huge liability. And I believe that we have to argue our case to say it's not in our interest, it's not within our budget, foreseeable or long term.
Can I, sorry, Councillor, can I interrupt you here? You're moving from the realms of questions into debate.
Sorry, yeah.
So can we just
Yeah.
maybe clarify any further questions you might have?
Yeah, we needed to find out this investigations, yes, I think we need to do that so that when we do argue the point, and we need to do that, we need to have those 4 and 5 clarified so that we can stand on our argument. Because that's what worries me. If there's been delegated authority to be authorised to sign on behalf of the council, we're going to have to do a back step on that one. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Again, before we go to mover and seconder, can I ask for any other further questions or comments, please?
The only question to the officer, is there other examples of coastal councils that have successfully held a position that they won't take on board the floating walkways, and that TMR has built the infrastructure and kept the asset for their management?
So, Rockhampton Regional Council, I think there's several, 2, I believe, pontoons along the river, and I can't recall, sorry, but it's the author of the report did investigate, and it did mention it in the report. But I also understand that there's not many floating walkways that's been constructed, not many listed in the regulation, and I'm not sure of how other councils have dealt with it.
Perhaps you can take that as a question on notice.
Yes, no problem.
Right, councillors, any other questions or comments for the officer? All right, so I'm moving this recommendation. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather. All right, thank you. So, councillors, before we go to the vote, I'd like to speak to this particular motion. Thank you. I concur completely with Councillor Mather's comment. Traditionally, council has taken responsibility for land-based assets, particularly boat ramps, but as far as I'm aware, has not taken responsibility for water-based assets like pontoons or floating walkways or groins over land or on over water or in water. And I'm certainly, for one, not prepared to go to the ratepayers of Livingstone Shire and explain to them, or try to explain to them, why I've supported bringing on additional maintenance costs when we don't need to for maintaining water-based assets in the form of maintenance and or CCTV assets. The bigger concern for me, though, is the liability that potentially comes to council as a result of this, what I call cost shifting exercise by Transport and Main Roads. Because if we agree to responsibility for water-based assets, and as Tony has pointed out in his report, if a vessel is damaged on one of the pontoons that we're would be, I suppose, responsible for, then the potential liability is huge. And again, for us, one, we don't know what that amount of money is likely to be, and therefore can't budget for it. And then secondly, it's just simply a risk, I think, that is over the top for this particular council. So having said that, councillors, I'm fully supportive of the officer's recommendation here, and in fact, I think personally it's the only way to go. Anyone prepared to speak against the motion? Not intended, Councillor Hutton. I just have a very strong opinion on this one. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman. I support the Mayor and the officers in the recommendation. I have concerns about the fine print that we mentioned before, but that's what the investigation's all about, is finding out what that small print was, whether there's any delegated authority, and if so, I think we could be fairly arguable saying that we were not intending to do that. We cannot take responsibility for 10 boat ramps reject the responsibility for 2 previous floating walkways, and then arguing 2 more that we might take on. We've got to be consistent in what we argue. There's no way in the world we'll be able to afford to take these on as a responsibility and as a liability and ongoing costs, because the moment there's an accident, we're going to be in big trouble, because we don't have the expertise to do this. We don't need to put staff on with the expertise, because we're putting them at risk as well. The costs alone are prohibitive, but the liability to people on our staff who are required to go out there and repair these things. I know the lights at Curriman Creek, how many times have I reported them for being out? Thousands of dollars were just replacing the lights because they didn't work or somebody stole them. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So I think that's all I need to say, Mr. Chairman, but I'll be looking forward to the next report that comes to the table, Tony, with those investigations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So, councillors, anyone else wish to speak for the motion before we go to the vote? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the officers for the detail that's been provided in this report. I think ultimately the message that's very clear is that devolution is meaningless without spending power. So wherever that divide is, wherever that cost shifting is occurring from either state or federal government down to local government, there needs to be funding attached to it to support the activity, because we know that local government is a great ambassador and a great actor in doing things at a local level, but without the spending, without the revenue in support of it, it's a worthless exercise. TMR reports that as of June 2019, there were 261,291 registered boats in Queensland, which means that each of those people are contributing registration fees along with potentially licence fees depending on the size of their vessel. That income is being generated and returned to the state government, and therefore is the revenue that should be used to maintain and support the creation of new assets. All of us here at this table recognise the need for more on-water assets here on the Capricorn Coast and across our Shire, and that our boating community is relatively not only vocal one, but one that requires support to make sure that when the water is good, when the ocean's in their favour, that they have the capacity to get out there and enjoy it. And while we'll continue to support all the actions of the state government in providing additional resources and facilities, we should not be taking on board additional responsibilities without the financial recompense so that we can manage them. And as identified by the Mayor, the risk of an unknown is too great for this organisation to take on, both from an insurance point of view but also from a financial point of view.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, unless there's any further comment or question around this report, we'll go to the vote. So all in favour of the officer's recommendation? Unanimous. Nick, thank you very much. So, councillors, we're now at 12.11, unless I've skipped a report again. Thank you. So this is the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 3 allocations for 1920. And Mr. Acting CEO, who's presenting this one?
I'll do this one on the hop for you, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Not at all. Delighted to have you.
So this is round 3 of the Regional Arts Development Fund. Normally council only does 2, but as a result of having money left over in the budget, a third round was run for this financial year. And just so councillors are aware, this is co-funding from the state government, so it's an annual thing. It's not as if we've looked at the budget and said, oh, there's some money here, let's use it before the end of the financial year. It was something that is used in consultation with the state to fund our arts community. As a result of that particular invitation for applications, 2 were received, one from an artist who's wishing to have contribution towards recording a music album, and another one which was by Keppel Coast Arts towards doing a series of workshops in what will be the new art gallery next door to where we currently sit. The amount of money that they requested exceeded the amount of money council has left, so the grant recommended by the panel is slightly less for both parties, but nevertheless, I would suggest is sufficient for those to still be able to pursue the endeavours that they've applied for. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. No? All right. May I have a mover for this? Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Hutton. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Being a part of this committee, I can assure you that they go, when people submit these requests for grants, it goes through quite a number of delegated people who check their credentials, who look at what they can offer our community. In Mrs. Vilma's case, so sorry, I can't pronounce her surname. She is a local artist. She's world renowned, and she can promote Yeppoon by going forward with this recording for her album. As we know, Keppel Coast Arts have a long history within our shire, and they are champions to promote all of the workshops for art, for crafts, moving forward. And this is more so important now as we come out of our COVID-19 restrictions, that we gather our community together through these projects and promote Yeppoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to her, please?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, to recommend this to the table. RADF is such an important part of the cultural space of our community, and we live in such exciting cultural times for our community. Recognising that we have in the next short while the twin galleries of both Emu Park and Yeppoon having a refresh and a reframe. Our arts and cultural strategic policy, which is underpinned by the Livingstone Community Plan, and also our event strategy, speaks to the benefit of cultural activity, the benefit of employment of local artists so that they can remain in community while celebrating and ultimately growing their art and growing their incomes from their industry. This has been an incredibly tough time for artists, recognising that when people are at home and they're not going to galleries and they're not purchasing as much art as they may have otherwise been purchasing, they've had to struggle through. So the capacity for Livingstone Shire Council in partnership with the state government to support Keppel Coast Arts in the production of these workshops, which, number one, adds skills and education to our community, but just as importantly, employs our artists and gives them an opportunity to earn some income by sharing their skills and knowledge, is going to be very important and I think very well received by the arts community, so I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, so councillors, we have a recommendation before us that we grant $8,030 to Vilma Lawsight towards the cost of recording her second music album, and $948 to Keppel Coast Arts towards the cost of presenting a series of workshops in the new gallery. So, councillors, can I have a show of hands for those in support of the recommendation, please? Thank you. Unanimous, Nick. Thanks. Okay, councillors, we're now at item 13, which is questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. And 13.1 is a question on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to forward works from drainage. Now, Councillor Mather is basically requesting or comments that poor drainage in residential areas, particularly in Emu Park, is primarily due to undersized pipes or a lack of curbing and channelling. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Firstly, for the table's benefit, I have 3 questions on notice, one after the other, but there are no answers to these. I don't know, speaking to them will serve any purpose without any answers, Mr. Chairman. And I just need to ask the CEO, when am I likely to have that? Seeing we only have 1 meeting a month, this will be sort of like 2 months down the track then.
Well, Councillor Mather, I can just maybe suggest that this is actually Well, these are now on the agenda, so it would be handy, I guess, for the community to understand what your questions are, and the officers then will have an opportunity to respond. Mr. Acting CEO, you happy with that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, because if I can also identify that the meeting procedure policy of council identifies that a councillor can put on questions on notice. If the council votes to accept those questions on notice, it then goes to the organisation to provide a response through the agenda. So that's why there's no response at this stage to these questions. They were put up as questions of notice. If the council votes to have them in accordance with the recommendation, they come back to a further meeting. That's when they get answered as such.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have to say I find that explanation a little disturbing, because I've never heard it expressed in that way before, that if I put questions to the table through an agenda, through a normal lawful process, and if the councillors don't accept the questions, they don't get answers. That's my understanding now. Is that correct?
No, that is not what I said, Councillor. What I said is they would come back through the agenda to council. There is nothing stopping you from asking those three questions just through the office of the CEO as per normal, or through your portfolio discussions, and then you'd have those answered accordingly, but they wouldn't be put on any formal agenda to council. That's just it could either be a formal request for information, or it's just a discussion with the portfolio holder or the organisation. The idea of questions on notice is that it's a formal process, so you apply or you put in your notices. The council laws then choose whether they wish to accept those notices, and then the response is provided formally through the agenda. That's the process that's set up for that. But there is nothing stopping you, if you had have wanted to, you could have asked those questions just via a request through the CEO's office, and then you would have had a response to that.
Which I have done in other questions that are not so complex. And I always put my complex questions in writing so that we have a clear understanding of what we're dealing with, so that we can debate them at the time. And if I received an answer to a question that I didn't understand, or I needed to have debate on it, I'd still have to send it to a meeting. So I find that's the long way around. I'm trying to be transparent. If we decide that the questions are not received and I don't get answers to them, all will be on this council's head. But I'm quite happy to speak to them, Mr. Mayor.
Your microphone's on, Councillor. There's a couple of ways we can go with this, Councillor. You can leave these for discussion now, or alternatively you can lift them from the table if you wish and have them addressed by the officer through the office of the CEO. So the choice is yours, Councillor. What are you going to do?
I'd like to leave them on the table as an agenda item because they should be attached to the minutes once they're answered, Mr. Mayor. That's been the process. Okay, fine. So I will ask you then to speak to your motions, Councillor. Thank you. The questions. As you know, my portfolio roads and other things, many other things. One of the biggest problems I have in the Shire is drainage. And the more I find, the more it's become apparent that flooding to houses, floodings to backyards, flooding to anything is primarily caused by for two reasons. The pipes are too small, or there's no curb and channeling to direct the water as to where it's supposed to go. So the questions I've put here are fundamentally to ask, is there any plan in place, forward planning in place, to address the most troublesome areas in the Shire, that we have something that we can go forward to, that we have in place to be able to deal with them in the future. Because if we don't, and we don't have a budget, they will never be fixed. People will continue to have flooding, they will continue to have damage to their properties, and they will continue to hate us because we can't fix it. We have no desire to fix it. That's why I asked the question, have we got anything in place? And I think that's a reasonable question. Because until we know what we've got, we can't plan, we can't budget, and we can't fix. And that's the reason for this question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, councillor. We'll deal with your questions on notice one at a time, if that's okay. So, councillors, any comments or questions for Councillor Mather? Councillor Bello.
Only just with process, does it require a seconder though, effectively, for this to be live so that we can, which I'm happy to second, beg your pardon? No, it's not a procedural, so I'm happy to second the motion to receive the questions on notice as put forward by Councillor Mather. I'm seconding.
We're doing one.
Okay, so you're going to do one at a time. Okay, well, in its entirety, I'm happy to support, just for, so we can make it to lunch on time. I'm happy to support the entirety, but one at a time is also okay with me.
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the table, I'd be happy to bundle them all into one motion, that they all be received and receive replies at a future meeting. It's up to you.
I would suggest that you go with each one individually and you just move through it. You don't have to debate it, etc. If there's nothing to debate at this stage, unless a councillor wishes to oppose any of them. If that's the case, you just move second and move on to the next one.
Oh, well, Mr. CEO, I was just acceding to my colleague over here who's feeling a little bit peckish. I'm sure you are.
Oh, Councillor Mather, just getting back to process.
Okay.
The recommendations
Move that
are that that the questions on notice be received and a report providing a response to the questions be presented to a council meeting.
To the next council meeting.
Yeah, so, okay, so to the next council meeting. There's a slight wording amendment there, Nick.
The first available meeting would be better, because we might have a special meeting in between that they get thrown into.
To the first available meeting, or the next available meeting, yep. Right. So those will be, that will be the recommendation for all of your questions on notice, Councillor Mather?
Yes.
Okay, so that's an amendment to all of them? You happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
So Nick, have you caught up with that? All right. So, councillors, we're voting on receiving these questions on notice and the report providing a response be presented to the next available council meeting. Any questions around that? Everyone clear? All right. So we have a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. Yes, I know. We voted on that one. We're on 13.2 now, so you're moving, Councillor Mather?
Moving receipt of the questions on notice and replies be forward to the first available meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Seconder, please. Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
All in favour? Thank you.
13.3, questions on notice in relation to the Mount Charlton Reservoir. I'd like to move that the questions on notice be received and responses be referred to the first available council meeting. Thank you.
Seconder, please. Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you, Councillor Hutton. You're voting against? Okay. Right, so just, did you want your vote recorded against that? 13.4. Councillor Mather, you're moving that again? Sorry, that's yours, Councillor Hutton, beg your pardon. There we go. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
So should I speak for the motion or should I move it first and see if I have a second?
Move it first and then
Yep,
see what support there is.
Moving the motion as represented on the board that council adopt the following amendment to the meeting procedures policy section 2.17, method of taking vote. 2.17.5, a vote may be declared unanimous by the chairperson and recorded in the minutes accordingly when all councillors are in attendance and the result of the vote is undivided.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder for that motion, please?
I'm happy to second that, Mr. Chair.
Seconded
in
by
the interest
Councillor
of debate.
Bello. Sorry.
In the interest of debate, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you.
Just
Any
one
question
question.
before we go to debate?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman. I'd like the mover, I understand I think I understand what he's saying, but I just need to feel what is different now than what has been practiced.
I'm sure he'll do that as part of his debate, Councillor. Councillor Hutton, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. As I stated in the background, that we do pride ourselves on our transparency in providing both accurate and explanatory information to our residents and ratepayers to inform them of the decision-making process and outcomes that occur in council meetings. It was brought to my attention that under the current meeting procedures policy of Livingstone section 2.20.4, there is no reference to unanimous vote. So the unanimous vote that appears on the system is a quirk of the system that we've purchased as opposed to something that we provided for in our meeting procedures. Our meeting procedures currently only provide for a motion to be carried or lost. It makes no references anywhere in the document to what unanimous is, how unanimous votes are achieved, or what they look like. So because of that ambiguity, it makes it potentially possible for the community to have a misunderstanding of what a unanimous decision of the council is. It has been the practice of Livingstone both in the past and as we've seen today for Livingstone to declare votes unanimous when there is a unanimous decision, and this amendment simply would make clarity for residents and ratepayers without creating additional burdens relying on someone else to further explain a decision beyond that it was a unanimous or a carried decision.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anybody wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Mather.
I'm of two minds on this, Mr. Chairman. I think I know we've got to stick to the rules, we've got to look at the legislation, and we've got to comply with it. We all know that. What is wrong with saying carried unanimously? Because we've had plenty of occasions where we've had a councillor missing. The balance of the members, they voted unanimously to pass or fail a motion. What is wrong if we needed to say councillor so-and-so was absent? There's nothing wrong with saying that it was carried unanimously. Nothing wrong with that. If we want to add a councillor was absent at that vote, it's more transparent than ever.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone wish to speak in support of the motion? Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Oh.
Councillor Eastwood? Oh, you like?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak against the motion. To my belief, if the councillors that are there, if they all vote in regard to a motion, then it's unanimous. And it's the councillor that's not there or the councillors that aren't there should, like Councillor Mather said, be recorded as absent. The vote is still a unanimous vote for those that are at the table on that day. I think the show day vote was a good example of that. You can't, I think in the interest of transparency, if you actually make a note of the person being absent, you can't get any more transparent than that. That's a fair call of what has actually happened.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, did you wish to make a comment?
Well, I do intend to speak against the motion, but I do have a question because I think it's important that we're clear on what we're voting on. And to the mover, the comment about including whether a councillor is absent or not, is that something that you'd support, Councillor Hutton, or?
In addition to the existing motion?
Yes. Because it's been mentioned by several persons, but it's not recorded as part of our meeting procedures or...
So it is recorded as part of our meeting procedures when a councillor is absent from a meeting at the start of the agenda, correct?
Right, yep.
In the apologies.
Okay. Okay, so in its current format, and despite moving the motion, because I think it's important that you allow debate to be entered into, and it gives a chance for all persons to hear the fors and against. I'm still not of the opinion that this is a beneficial thing to do, and there's a number of reasons for that. Providing you have a quorum of your table, in our case that's 4 councillors, if that's all you had there and that was the vote, well then that's the way it's recorded, and it can be recorded unanimous based on the numbers that were there. If in the absence or in the circumstances that someone was absent, are we flagging then that perhaps we should check with that councillor as to which way they would have voted had they been able to attend? And ultimately, I don't believe that is the direction we'd want to take. It is up to the council of the day, with the numbers that are present, to make a decision one way or the other. And I know attending some of the LGAQ conferences or the ALGA conferences, when a motion is supported unanimously, it is recorded unanimously, and I believe that is done so irrespective of whether every single local government is represented at that conference, which often is the case, they wouldn't be represented there. But it is still recorded unanimous, and so therefore I'm comfortable with the current system we have.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Now, before I go to Councillor Hutton to finalise discussion on this, does anybody else wish to make a comment? Councillor Eastwood, sorry, your light's still on, mate. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hutton, would you like to finalise the discussion? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I believe that Livingstone holds itself to the highest account, and as I previously stated, prides itself on providing accurate but also providing explanatory information that allows the community to easily understand the decisions that are being made. When a decision is declared as unanimous, the expectation of the community, regardless of whether they go and look at the minutes or whether they go look at the apology list versus the item, is that that means that therefore a unanimous decision was something that's a reflection of the entirety of the table. Now, when we look at our meeting procedures, as I said, it currently does not provide for unanimous decisions at all, so there is an absence there of a practice that we have had, so we do need to clean it up regardless of whether we adopt this notice of motion today or not. But I believe that the ambiguity that exists, while to us who are living and breathing it may seem insignificant, to a community member seems like a nonsense. And respectfully, by adopting this notice of motion, we remove the ambiguity. We provide confidence in the public that when they read a unanimous decision of Livingstone Shire Council was made, that it truly is a reflection of the will of the table of those of all councillors in attendance, and as the result of the vote being undivided, and remembering that a unanimous decision could actually be in the negative. So that's why the wording is such to reflect that it's undivided, not necessarily in the positive, because you could have an undivided decision where you're actually in the negative on something. And I think any steps that we can take that mean that our decision making and the explanation or the understanding of the community doesn't require them to read the footnotes or doesn't require further elucidation is to the benefit of our community. And if we're about ease of access, about ease of understanding, and about making it easy for our community to understand things that may otherwise be complex or require that further information, then this notice of motion would go to achieve that.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and perhaps an outcome from this debate is for the officers to review our meeting procedures to actually define what unanimous actually means going forward. Just so there's absolute clarity around that. Okay, councillors, we've got to the point where we're going to vote on this. So,
sorry, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask for this to be, I don't even remember the word for it, we haven't used it in such a long, a division. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Hutton's calling for a division on this one. All right, so those in favour of the motion, please. Okay, you stand up. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah. So Councillor Hutton and Councillor Lynch. And those against the motion? Thank you, councillors. So the motion is lost. But having said that, if the officers take on board perhaps a review of the meeting procedures, Mr. Acting CEO. Councillors, we're at 13.5. From Councillor Mather. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to this one?
It's a notice of motion, members, so I'll require a seconder if somebody feels compelled to do that.
I'm sorry, Councillor Friend has indicated.
Oh, thank you. That council arrange the order of appropriate signage which will be placed at all 5 boundary locations between Livingstone Shire Council and Rockhampton Regional Council, namely the Ramsey Creek at Rocky View, Ramsey Creek at the back road at Belmont Road, down near the river, north of Ogmore, access to Rockhampton at access number 7 or 8, it's in between there, and Hardington Street, where the cemetery is at Narimbra. So there are 5 areas that we bound to Rockhampton, but there is not any signage there to say where you are. And I think that's a major deficiency that we've overlooked. And we're just planning to fix it. And an appropriate message be placed on the reverse side of the signs acknowledging exiting motorists. In other words, something nice, a nice little message, drive safely or have a nice day or something like that. That was intended there. Further, once preliminary designs and wording has been finalised, signage be placed before council for approval and adoption. Yep, Councillor Prentice, thank you for seconding that. Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'd like to come back, we need to be sure that it's of a nice nature, because I've seen some pretty sad signage out there that really reflects nobody with ideals, nobody with enthusiasm. We need to show that we're a vibrant shire and our signage reflects that. Placemaking, that's really what it is. We want to let people know that you're in our territory now and we love to have you. And when you go, you come back. That's really what it's about. And something there that's vibrant, that reflects us. And I think that's all I need to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Before we go around the room for discussion, I'll just go to the Acting CEO for a minute. Mr. Bacon, would you again prefer this to be couched in the terms of a business case or what? Okay. So perhaps we can, with your indulgence, Councillor Mather, we amend the wording of the recommendation that Council prepares a business case.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we're seeking some indulgence, can we remove the reference to Rockhampton Regional Council, because north of Ogmore would be Isaac Shire?
Absolutely correct. Thank you, Councillor.
Yep.
So, Nick...
yeah, but like, it's just because it says the boundary between, suggesting Rockhampton goes around the outside, which it doesn't.
in other councils? Perfect, yep.
Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence as well, I would like to propose an amendment to the mover and seconder, but I'm not sure if I should do it now or wait till we're in formal debate. Yep. Okay. So what I wondered, Councillor Maver, is whether you would consider an additional line to your motion. So underneath where it has the and an appropriate message, add an additional line in which says council liaise with the traditional owners of the land to incorporate appropriate Indigenous wording, i.e. greetings, location names, where practical. To add in to traditional names, greetings, etc. where appropriate.
And Nick, can we go back to the first line too, please, when you're ready? To arrange a business case, that council officers prepare a business case to arrange, and just take out the order of, to arrange appropriate signage. Yep. Mr. Acting CEO, are you happy with that wording? Sorry, that doesn't read well. Once preliminary design and wording has been finalised, present the recommended signage.
So it says signage to be placed before council for approval and adoption.
Yep.
Design and wording to be finalised.
Excellent. Yep.
So take the second part of the sentence and put it at the front. So the signage, if you like that whole second part, second.
Yep.
And just put the word present in front of the signage. Present. So up the top it says the council officers present the signage. Present the signage to the full council.
Two councils better. Okay, so we'll just quickly read that again, councillors, with your indulgence. So the council officers, 1, prepare a business case to arrange appropriate signage which will be placed at all 5 boundary locations between Livingstone Shire Council and other councils, namely Ramsey Creek at Rocky View, Ramsey Creek on Belmont Road, north of Ogmore, Access 7 and 8, Rockhampton Yeppoon Road, Hartlington Street, Narimbra. Secondly, that council officers prepare an appropriate message to be placed on the reverse side of the signs acknowledging exiting motorists, for example, drive safely. Thirdly, that council officers liaise with the traditional owners of the land to add in traditional names and greetings where appropriate. And fourthly, that council officers present the signage to council for approval and adoption once preliminary design and wording has been finalised.
Two, 3 and 4, you added council officers on each, prefaced each of those 3 paragraphs.
Because you've got a council officers colon, and then after that there's each dot point, so the council officers basically.
Where's the colon up, namely? No, well, I'm just trying to find where you had the council officers without having to repeat it all through there. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. But it's just that you said it, Mr. Mayor, and I just pulled you up, that's all.
All clear on that one, councillors? All right. So may I have Councillor Mather is moving this one. Councillor Hutton is seconding. So Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the motion?
I've said enough, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor, anyone voting against the motion? Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Only to say that I think that civic pride demonstrated through appropriate signage at the entries and exits of our shire is a wonderful addition, and I think should be commended. Signage has been something that for the last couple of years that has been recommended as part of the placemaking program, but obviously as budgets have been tighter in any given year, that signage has been something that has kept falling back in the annual budget request. So I'm hoping that this allows us to actually prioritise this signage and have it included, knowing that there are many opportunities for us to both provide welcomes and exits, but also to acknowledge the traditional owners and the place that they hold in our community and to share that education with the community.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I've changed my mind. Mr. Mayor, I think it sends a very clear message to our neighbours that we're proud of where we are, and when they come into our territory, they're welcome.
I'm not going to read anything into that, councillor. Thank you, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Mather. And look, I concur with both of those comments. I think it's very important for us to not only be welcoming to visitors on our roads, but also send the general message that Livingstone Shire Council appreciates your visitation, and I think it's also a wonderful addition to that motion that we include the commentary from the traditional owners. So thank you, Councillor Hutton, for suggesting that one. Councillors, may I have a show of hands in support of this, please? In favour? Okay, councillors, we're at 13.6. Notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to financial assistance for Capricorn Coast Land Care. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Certainly, I'll read my motion.
Before we go there, can I get I'm taking you're going to move it. May I get a seconder? Councillor Mather, thank you.
Thank you. So my recommendation is that Council financially assist and support Capricorn Coast Land Care throughout the next financial year, offering funds to help create a sustainable environment by delivery of Clean Up Australia Day, community engagement events, media promotion, Lower Fig Tree Creek catchment cleanup areas, rubbish in the creek, mangroves and adjacent residential/commercial areas. Supplement of a minimal wage for the EnviroLink coordinator, Sabrina Burke. Capricorn Coast Landcare have approximately 60 volunteers that undertake cleaning up of our foreshores, including an initiative for the clean-up of the Farnborough Beach area. Funds required would be $1,666 every 2 months.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. I'm just wondering whether you would consider an amendment to that, rather than that we actually put it in the budget for consideration, just change the wording slightly.
Yes, that would be fine, Mr. Mayor.
Is the seconder happy with that? All right. Would anyone like to speak against the motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, can we just see the finalised wording?
Sure can.
Nick says the council consider financial support, or consider financial assistance and support for the Capricorn Coast Landcare Group as part of its deliberations for the 2020-21 budget. Yeah, you could remove the rest as part of the consideration, and then just have that as, say, stop after 2020-21 budget. Yeah. For the 2021 budget. And then delete the rest if that's what the councillors wished.
Councillor Friend, are you happy with that?
I'm happy with most of it to be deleted, except the funds required.
Okay, so perhaps, Mr. Acting CEO, we could put as part of after the end of that first sentence, indicative funding would be $1,666.
I'm happy with that.
Sorry, do we know what breakdown that comes to? What it's for? Like, because I think when we nominate a figure, we need to know if it's going to all of those things. Some might require a breakdown. That's what I'm thinking.
Councillor Mather, through Mr. Chair, I'm happy to speak to that. So that particular breakdown figure was made up of in previous years, council have granted or funded land care through different projects, and it usually equates to about $10,000 per annum. What Landcare have done in the past is that they've approached council for every project that they needed to organise. What this does moving forward is it does maintain a certain financial support to them without them having to come to council every time through deputations, through notices of motion, etc. That figure is literally, has not increased from previous years and is just broken down to those two monthly amounts every 2 months. So moving forward after COVID, we will have Clean Up Australia Day again. They will get back into organising all of their volunteers, and which I'll speak to for my motion. So.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other questions in relation to this, councillors, before we
The
reread
only
the
question I have, Mr. Chair, is probably to the CEO. There are other examples where we allocate a total amount of funding per year, whether that be Four Paws or Capricorn Animal Aid. I think they receive $5,000 each. Is there a quantum that Landcare currently captured in and that get, or is it a case-by-case request?
So through the chair, it's case by case at officer level. Sometimes council approaches them with ideas, other times they come to us. I do need to correct that they don't have to do, and they don't do notices of motion and deputations. That's just dealt with operationally at that level. And it's done in a variety of ways. It can be in kind, where we've contributed plants to them through our nursery. It can be where we heavily subsidise, as we currently do, the office rent that they have for that particular building. And it can also be, in some cases, we contribute towards particular events, so we pay them to deliver something on our behalf. So there's a bit of a mixture. We do it this way because it then means we're considering each project on its merits, and as I said, sometimes we approach them, other times they come to us. So it just makes it probably a better working relationship, because of course there's all parties to actually still have that contact, whereas in other circumstances we may hand some money over and then that's the last we see of that particular group for 12 months until they say, oh, we have some more money.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the acting CEO, I completely get what you're saying, and I certainly understand that this is the way it has been done in the past. I don't think that Capricorn Coast Landcare and Junior Landcare and all the affiliates will not be seen in the future. They will work with council on a continual basis, as they have done in the past.
Thanks, Mr. Acting CEO, and thanks, Councillor Friend. Councillors, the recommendation now is that... sorry, do we have a mover and a seconder for this? Yep. Mover, Councillor Friend, Councillor Mather. Recommendation is that Council consider financial assistance and support for Capricorn Coast Landcare as part of its deliberations for the 2020-21 budget. Indicative funding required would be $1,666 every 2 months. All right, so councillors, we have a mover and a seconder. May I have a show of hands in support of the motion, please? Are those in favour? Okay, unanimous, Nick, thank you. Okay. Item 14, urgent business or questions. Councillors, over to you. Are there any urgent business matters or questions that you would like to raise?
In the absence of, I thought there may have been some other councillors wanting to initiate this, but I'm prepared to initiate an issue under urgent business, and will be seeking to have a formal motion to support it in relation to the cottonwood trees on Kurbay Beach, which has been the subject of some discussions that stem back from a briefing session where a report was provided by the Environmental Officer, Elise Childs. However, in proceeding with that, Mr. Chairman, given that you indicated before that you'd have a declared conflict of interest, I believe it would be prudent for you, I don't like to say this, but for you to leave the room and to allow that discussion to take place under urgent business.
As I've indicated previously, Councillor Bello, I do have what's perceived as a conflict of interest on this one, so I prefer to absent myself from the room. So in doing so, this is a new one for me, so in handing the chair over, we've got a procedural motion. No? Okay, right. So just, I'll pass the chair over.
I guess just looking for guidance from the CEO that we're in line with our... Yep. Okay, so... before submitting my informal motion that I haven't as yet written, but I will be able to articulate it. The background to this is, as you all know, we've attended an on-site meeting down there at the cottonwood trees at the southern end of the Kurbay Beach, and this followed a report by the officers relaying concerns that were raised by members of the community. And a report was provided to us at a recent briefing session. And importantly, the motion that will be put forward is to call on Council to undertake a traffic safety audit of the area in question relating to the Kurbay car park and Matthew Flinders Drive in order for councillors to make an informed decision on whatever action we deem is relevant and suitable to take there. But it will be based on a traffic safety audit rather than any concerns about aesthetics or amenity. But it will be primarily based on, or significantly based on, the traffic safety audit report, which to date I do not believe has been present in or contained in the report that was tabled for the briefing session recently. So that's the essence of the motion that I'm wanting to move under urgent business, or I'd be happy for Councillor Mather to move it as the portfolio holder for roads and infrastructure. So I'll hand over to you, Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Acting Mayor. I've got some wording that would fit nicely in with yours, and had I had more copies, I would have given that. I have a copy for Nicole. Sorry. Tell me if it aligns with you, Councillor Bello.
No, I'm happy for you to lead it from here, Councillor Mather.
Council acknowledged the officer's report 5.4 in the briefing agenda of the 2nd of June 2020 regarding the preferred treatment of the cottonwood tree on Matthew Flinders Drive. For completeness, Council undertake a traffic safety audit to alleviate public safety concerns and ensure due diligence has been carried out. Anybody like to hear that again?
Would you like to read it again, Councillor Mather?
The Council acknowledged the officer's report 5.4 in the briefing agenda of the 2nd of June 2020 regarding the preferred treatment of the cottonwood tree on Matthew Flinders Drive. For completeness, Council undertake a traffic safety audit to alleviate public safety concerns and ensure due diligence has been carried out.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. While that's been written up, I think it's important that we either agree or not agree that this is urgent business. So, Councillor Mather, you're going to move that motion under urgent business?
I'd be happy to do that because if I had a seconder, I'd be able to speak to it.
Is there a seconder to allow for that to be dealt with under urgent business? Yep. Andrea Friend, Councillor Friend, thank you. Okay, the motion then will be debated under urgent business. Is there any questions from the floor?
I do have a question of officers, and so I'll direct it through the acting CEO. Without engaging in the politics of the matter, is there any other way that this traffic safety audit could have been addressed?
Yes, I guess through normal channels, we could have been the organisation could have been asked to look at doing it. The organisation, well, would have been two questions: has the organisation done one? And if it hasn't done one, could it do one? And I guess if the organisation said no, it's not, then you'd bring it up as a notice of motion. Would be probably the standard way of doing it.
Any further questions, Councillor Hutton?
Also, just confirming that under the standing orders, as the chairman or the acting chairman, that you actually approve the urgent business. You don't require a motion from the others to give you that approval. So you have the right to approve urgent business. It's not something that we as a table decide.
Yep, no, thank you for pointing that out. So no further questions. It's not a trick question, but is there any questions at all from councillors in relation to this matter? No? So the mover of the motion, would you like to speak to that motion?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's self-explanatory. I'm not aware of any tree, shrub, bush or otherwise that has received more attention than this cottonwood tree. It's been a generational discussion for a long time, and it has served its purpose and it's loved. There's no doubt about that at all. We've looked at all sorts of aspects in relation to this. We've got all sorts of reports that where expertise have been thrown into the mix, and we've come up with where we are today. But the one thing that's been missing is an audit report of the traffic safety. Now, I believe that we've got legislation that our people deal with every day of the week when they're designing, when they're constructing, when they're supervising. They've got books that tell them what to do. And I believe that we'd have people on staff who could do this. There wouldn't be any extra people involved to go and do something like that. We're not experts in that field. We can't do it. We can give an opinion that something's missing, and it's the audit report. If we can get someone to do that and look at the distances, site distances as they call them, and somebody in authority can interpret and can say that fits or it doesn't fit, that's all we want. And that's all that's missing, the safety aspect. So until we've got that, we're just working on whims or emotion. We need to deal with fact. We've got facts from the environmental people, we need facts from the safety people. We put them all together and there's your answer. It'll be much clearer. So I think that's all that's needed, Mr. Chairman, and we can do it in-house based on the expertise that we have. If we don't have that expertise, we're picking up the wrong people. But I believe that we do, and we've got the books to guide them. So
Is there a speaker against the motion?
Mr. Acting Mayor, I don't wish to speak against the motion. I feel like I failed to ask a prudent question and wondered if I could have leave of the table to actually ask one further question. But it may be a question that requires an opportunity for officers to have a moment to check.
Would you like to move a procedural laid on the table to allow for that to happen? Or by all means, I'm comfortable for you to ask the question if the members are okay with that. Yep, go ahead please, Councillor Hutton.
So the question I have for officers is, has a traffic safety audit occurred, and if so, when was the last time?
can I answer that question? Not so long back, a few months ago, I requested traffic safety audits on all of the intersections leading onto the highway.
Okay, is there any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Friend.
As the portfolio holder for environment, I have visited this tree now on a number of occasions and realise it being a healthy tree and much loved. And there's a lot of people with a lot of passion for this tree to keep it where it is. The root system itself helps stabilise the slope next to the roadside, but also taking into consideration the safety issue with traffic and not being able to see oncoming traffic around the bend from Wreck Point is also a major consideration. So even though I'm the environmental portfolio holder for this, and I do love the tree and I do not want to see any trees cut down for someone's view and not for aesthetic reasons, I think I wouldn't be doing my job as a councillor for the community if we didn't undertake this traffic audit. I think that's really very important, and that way we can get an overall view and we may need to come to a compromise for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any further debate required? In the absence of that, I just want to clarify through you, Mr. CEO, that the motion is sufficient, that it still informs us of what we will be doing once the traffic safety audit has been completed, that there is a decision that may be made as a result of that audit, and that could inform the intent of the audit is to inform what actions are to be taken there if it is indeed a case of removing the vegetation to a level that is compliant with the traffic safety audit's findings.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the final component, which is council undertake a traffic audit, safety audit to alleviate public safety concerns. The audit itself may not alleviate safety concerns. The audit itself may identify that there are safety issues there. Conversely, it might actually identify that there is no safety concern there. So I guess that in some ways is preempting the outcome of the audit. So what you're probably wanting is undertake a traffic safety audit to inform council's decision regarding the management of the tree.
That's what I was looking for, Mr. CEO. Thank you.
Would be my suggestion.
Councillor Hutton?
Yes, Mr. Acting Mayor. Would it be to inform the tree management of the tree, or would it be to inform options for council's management of any public safety concern? So it may be the solution's actually to drop the speed on that part of Matthew Flinders Drive down to 40 as opposed to cutting down the tree. And that's why I just wonder, are we looking at all solutions, or are we only looking at how we manage the tree in lieu of a particular, so are we kind of guiding a path, or is it about, and I'm not sure how to write that into the words yet, so I'd look for advice from the acting CEO.
And I'll take my advice or direction from the council laws. Is this purely about the tree? Or if it is, then you limit yourself to the tree. But if it's about a greater scope than just the tree, then you would broaden it out. Yeah. And I guess logically, if you did an audit and found an issue that was tree related, it would be a bit odd to just ignore it because that's all we focused on. But so it's up to you, councillors. If you think that you're wanting this to go beyond purely the tree, then I would broaden out the recommendation a fraction.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. We've moved and seconded this.
Yes, Councillor Mather.
We're going backwards now.
No, we're just trying to make the very best decision we can, and there has been some relevant points brought forward to try and improve the motion. But you, as the mover of the motion, have accept the amendments. Are you comfortable with the motion, or would you like to have the CEO help inform so that it actually speaks to the intent?
What are we amending? I thought the motion in its original form was the motion we were debating.
Yeah, that's correct, in its original form.
Yes.
But there has been, I guess, from the collective of the councillors, a request to add to the motion.
It's already been moved and seconded.
Yeah, but amendments can be agreed upon.
Well, can I hear the amendment without having a formal amendment, the changes? Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't see a problem with that.
If I could, can I change? The word council law should be council's decision. It's a decision made by council laws, but it's a council's decision with an apostrophe there since it's ownership. Rather than saying in management, to inform the council's decision regarding the management of the tree. Regarding the management of the tree and any public safety concerns associated with the adjoining road network.
Are we trying to preempt what an audit might bring? That's what I think we're trying to do.
That was the issue with the original, was that you said the audit would alleviate safety concerns, but an audit in itself may not alleviate the concerns.
It might dismiss them too.
Correct. So the idea was we do a traffic safety audit and then that informs the decision. And if the audit identifies that there is no safety concerns there, then you may say, well, our decision is going to be based on matters other than traffic. If, however, the audit identifies that there are issues there to do with visibility, or there's other issues to do with the way traffic is currently acting in that area, then you may look at alternative methods as well. as Councillor Hutton suggested, the audit might identify that the speed limit through there be reduced to 40 km an hour, for example.
Well, that might be one of the recommendations from the audit as well. Yeah. Well, I'm happy with the changes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. CEO.
Mr. Acting Chair, I'm also happy with the change, letting it be known that no one has discussed cutting down the tree. We're looking at all options, and perhaps it's about shaping the tree. Perhaps it's about planting different native plants at the back of the tree, but no one's discussing cutting down the tree. We do need to look at safety. I, for one, want to keep natives and the environment as pristine as possible in our Livingstone Shire. However, if someone could not see an oncoming car because of the tree or something else in their way and they were hit, whose liability would that be fall upon? It would fall upon councils. So at this point, no one's discussing cutting down the tree. We just need to look at all options for a more informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
If I could.
Yes, you certainly may, Mr.
There
CEO.
should also be a full stop after Matthew Flinders Drive, and then that's the next, obviously the start of another sentence.
Okay. Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up, just so you can condense everything and
I think I'm on a
get us
winner.
on
I'll
track?
keep going. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You happy with that as it is?
Yep, I'm happy.
Okay, no further debate. We shall call the debate. Those in favour? That would be unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Thank you, councillors.
I think.
And we're going to adjourn for lunch, I do believe.
We need to be, in the minutes, we need to state that the Mayor was out of the room at the time. Yeah.
That's correct. Procedural to break for lunch. And I think I'll second that one, Mr. CEO. Procedural, Councillor Mather move that. Those in favour of breaking for lunch? All in favour? Yep, well done.
Thanks. You can say that about horse racing too. Okay, councillors, we need a procedural motion to resume from lunch. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you. Now, councillors, before my departure, did we conclude item 14, urgent business? No, nothing else on that one? I'm always... Yeah, good. Yeah, well done. Okay, and before we move into closed session, might I congratulate Councillor Mather on her birthday yesterday as well. Happy birthday, Councillor Mather. Yeah. Okay, councillors, we need a motion to move into closed session. Alistair, I think we just obviously won't have any live screening during our confidential session. Thanks, mate.
Sorry.
So,
Mr. Mayor, before we go into closed session, I'd like to actually draw out 16.3 from the closed agenda.
Yes, thank you for reminding me, Councillor Hutton. Councillor 16.3 and for members exceptions, the sole supplier report. Councillor Hutton wishes to move a motion in relation to this. So over to you, Councillor Hutton. Thank you.
Yes, with leave of the table, I'd like to ask that 16.3, the contracting exception sole supplier report, be dealt with in open session.
Okay, righto. So we have wording around that. Okay, will it fit 16.3 as well? Probably not.
No, we're suggesting that be referred to the next council, to the open agenda of the next council.
16.1. Okay. So, councillors, just so we're all up to speed at the moment, there's a motion from Councillor Hutton that 16.3, contracting exceptions sole supplier report, be taken from the confidential agenda and taken into open session. Can I get a seconder on that one? Thank you. Was it a procedural motion? Procedure motion, sorry, yep, okay, don't need it. All right, so all in favour of that one? Thank you, councillors. And 16.1, Mr Acting CEO.
Sorry. That the report pertaining to the 2021 Australia Day Awards be referred to the open section of the ordinary meeting of 21 July 2020. So that will be a procedural motion as well for somebody.
Okay, so that's a procedural motion to defer that report until the July meeting, ordinary meeting of council. Councillor Mather move. Thank you. Okay, all in favour? Thank you, councillors. Unanimous. All right, now are we good to go into confidential session, councillors?
So, Mr. Mayor, we'll now deal with 16.3 before we...
Oh, beg your pardon. Yes, you're right. Thank you. So we'll deal with 16.3 now in open session, councillors. So... We're still live streaming, Alistair. Well, we'll need to come back and just formally adopt the motions after that from confidential. Just finding 16.3. Okay, 16.3 is in relation to contracting exceptions, sole supplier report, and may I defer to the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for this report.
Thank you, Mayor. The intent of the sole supplier exception report is to provide some efficiencies in engaging suppliers where there is only one supplier reasonably available in the market to either provide goods or services or the particular service that they provide. So we have provided a list of in the report to the councillors on that. The only one I'd like to make some additional commentary on is around Capricornia newspapers. So with the recent decision of their parent company in relation to regional newspapers, we sought some legal advice on how the legislation might be interpreted. So the advice that we've received is that the newspaper must be circulating, and they've taken it in its literal sense in terms of a hard copy. So the resolution that we would be seeking would not apply to any online advertising forums. So for the Capricornia newspaper in particular, it would only apply up until the point at which they stop printing their daily newspaper, at which point we will need to reconsider those options in terms of the papers circulating daily within our region, and I don't believe there is only one. So we would look to, every time you would need to advertise in those, you would need to go and seek quotes from those companies, or enter into a buying arrangement, or have a sole supply resolution of that. I am also advised that LGAQ have engaged King & Company to seek advice to the entire sector. So we're not the only council, regional council, that is facing this same conundrum, where the legislation is quite, from legal advice, is that it's clear that it must be a hard copy paper, and it doesn't actually accommodate for the new age of digital media communication. So it's a bit where the legislation is lagging behind the reality of what's we're facing at the moment.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And for the benefit of our community live streaming, would you mind just maybe explaining a little bit more about what a sole supply arrangement is, please?
So under the regulation, Nicole, are you able to bring up the report for that? So under the regulation, there are a number of exceptions to seeking out quotes or tenders. There's quite a few of those. In this particular instance, we're looking for A and B, which is where there is a sole supplier, so where there's only one supplier reasonably available within their local area to provide a particular thing, or where there might be specialised or confidential services. So under the resolution, we only have two options where there are specialised, or two suppliers where there's specialised or confidential services, and that is in relation to very specific legal advice around very specific matters. And the balance of the supplies on there is where officers have identified over time that there is only one supplier reasonably available within the local area. No, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam CFO. So, councillors, before we go to a debate on this, are there any questions or comments for the CFO? No? Okay. So the recommendation before you, councillors, is that council resolves to apply the exception to the services and suppliers listed in the report in accordance with section 236A or B, where a local government may enter into a medium-sized contractual arrangement or a large-sized contractual arrangement without first inviting written quotes or tenders. And just to reinforce the CFO's point, this is in situations where we reasonably suspect there is one potential supplier, or there is a confidential arrangement required. Councillor Friend.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Madam CFO. A couple of the suppliers on this list, could you perhaps explain why they're on the list? So, for example, James Entertainment, why that person or that company is on the list?
In addition to the commentary that's provided in the report.
In addition to the commentary.
So to the best of my knowledge, they provide specialised services in relation to the facility that we're sitting in at the moment, so at the town hall. So they have specialised services in relation to local knowledge around the equipment required for stage and audio requirements for this facility.
And also, thanks for your indulgence, Barlow's Earth Moving. Thank you.
Yep. Barlow's Earth Moving, so we engage that particular company on a broad range of things. So this exception only applies to a very particular product that they have, the detail of which is just coming up on the screen now. So it's a very specialised block that meets certain engineering specifications and aligns with a lot of our drawings and those sorts of things for construction work. So it does not apply to any other type of goods, service or material that Barlow's Earth Moving provide. It only applies to this particular block. For any other engagement with Barlow's, they would need to follow through normal process of going through a quotation or a tender process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Any other questions for the CFO?
Yes, I have one, Mr Mayor, thank you. Andrea, Robert Harris Lawyers, we've spoken about that one before. I didn't notice it before, but I understand that they deal with the homemaker, and they've got Economic Development Queensland Station Quarter, the old railway site. I didn't realise they did the old railway site. What's their connection to that?
So to the best of my knowledge, we've engaged them specifically for that. And if we were to undertake any further work in relation to those particular projects, we would need to go out and seek quotes to engage with other legal firms. So it makes economic sense to engage one particular lawyer when you're engaging on one specific project, just to ensure that continuity of legal knowledge for that. So the exceptions that we've identified in the report only apply to those specific instances on those projects.
I can
so
understand
if we
the homemaker one because there's a lot of, but as for the railway site, I wasn't aware that they were involved with that. Well, I thought there would have been others that could have done whatever it is that we do with that.
potentially, at the initial engagement, I would believe that officers would have followed normal process. And so that would include engaging in quotes for that particular service, but this accommodates for if there are any other instances above and beyond what they've already been engaged to do for that particular project.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have done it according to the book. I just wondered why we didn't go out and look for somebody that's different there, because we understood that they were confined to the homemaker. It just worries me a little bit, that's all. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other questions for the CFO? All right, so you've got the recommendation on the report. Councillors, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover. Councillor Bello, seconder. Councillor Eastwood. All right. Once Councillor Eastwood's finished wrecking the place. Okay, so Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to the motion? No? Okay. Councillor Eastwood? Okay, no problem. All right, councillors, you've got the recommendation. So all in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. All right, so now, councillors, we move into the confidential section of the agenda. And so we will lose our live streaming guests for the time being, and then we'll come back into a live streaming and open meeting once the discussion in closed has occurred. Good to go, Matt. All right, so welcome back to our live stream viewers. We're back in open session now, and we're considering item 16.2 on the agenda, bulk water supply agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council. Councillors, the recommendation from the officers is that Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer authority to renew the bulk water supply agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council. So may I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded, Councillor Mather. Okay, going to the vote, councillors, all in favour? Unanimous. Thanks, Nick. And going to now, councillors, 16.4. Potential sale of lot 16, the Gateway Business and Industry Park. The officer's recommendation is that council accept the offer as detailed within the below report to sell lot 16 on Special Plan 296924, also known as 14 Macadamia Drive, Hidden Valley. Councillor Mather is moving that. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All in favour, councillors? Thank you very much. Unanimous again, Nick. And I think that brings us to the conclusion of our meeting, Mr. Acting CEO. Okay, so thank you, councillors, for your attendance. Thank you to the team. And thank you to our live stream viewers. And until next time, have a good day. Thank you.